Starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call to order the City of Santa Barbara Planning Commission meeting for November 5th, 2020, and to ask our planning commissioners to please turn on your webcams and your audio. And as we do that, just like to remind the viewing public, there are a couple of ways to participate today. Of course, there's televised coverage, but also electronic participation. And so before we go to roll call, staff, do you have a slide that you could please put up to let the public know how to prepare to participate today?
And thank you, Chair Schwartz. So if anyone wishes to participate in public comment, you would do so by clicking on the hand icon on your GoToWebinar control panel. Please note you only need to click the hand icon one time, and a raised hand is indicated by a red arrow pointing down. And each speaker will have 2 minutes to speak. Thank you, and we'll have these directions out for each item. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kokinda. So now we're going to go to Ms. Rydell to have her conduct a voice roll call. And just as a reminder to all of the commissioners, please keep your webcams on throughout the roll call, the preliminary matters, and if we have any members of the public who would like to speak to us on general items, remain on camera. It's over to you now, Ms. Rydell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Heidi Rydell. I'll begin the roll call. Chair Schwartz.
Here.
Vice Chair Wiscombe.
Here.
Commissioner Bonderson.
Here.
Commissioner Escobedo.
Here.
Commissioner Higgins.
Here.
Commissioner Lodge.
Here.
Commissioner Reed.
Here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And until we hear otherwise from Commissioner Reed, there is internet outage issues in his office area, and so he's going to be participating by phone, but we'll hope that that service gets restored soon enough for him to be joining us by webcam as well. So now let's go to our preliminary matters. And Ms. DeBusk, do we have any requests for continuances, withdrawals, postponements, or addition of X agenda items?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have none.
Very good. Do we have any announcements or appeals?
Yes, I would just like to announce that the city offices will be closed for the winter holiday from December 23rd until January the 1st. So just as some advance notice for you and the public.
Very good, thank you. Now we'll go to our review, consideration, and action on the Planning Commission meeting minutes from October 15th, 2020. And I'll pause for a moment here to see if any of the commissioners have requested revisions to the meeting minutes. I'm not seeing any hands go up. So would someone like to make a motion to approve as drafted?
I can do that. I motion.
Second.
Okay, we have Commissioner Bonderson and Commissioner Higgins. Any discussion on the motion? Very good. Ms. Rydell, please call a voice vote on approval of the October 15th meeting minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll begin the roll call vote, starting with Commissioner Bonderson.
Yes, thank you.
Commissioner Escobedo.
Yes.
Vice Chair, or Commissioner Lodge, I'm so sorry.
Yes.
Vice Chair Wiscombe.
Yes.
Commissioner Higgins.
Yes.
Commissioner Reed.
Yes.
Chair Schwartz.
Yes.
That is unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rydell. Next, we'll turn to public comment if there are any members of the public who would like to speak to us on items not on our agenda for today. Ms. Kokinda?
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. Yes, if you wish to speak on an item not on the agenda, you may raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon on your GoToWebinar control panel. As I noted moments before, if you click one time, that indicates a raised hand, and which is, you can see in the bottom right is shown with a red arrow facing down. And Madam Chair, I do not see any raised hands at this time. And I would just ask Ms. Rydell if there was any written correspondence that we received.
Thank you, Ellen, and to the chair. We did not receive any written, general written correspondence for today's agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rydell. Very good. So the commissioners, if you'd like, you can turn off your webcams and audio at this time. We're going to go to our first item, which is a new item, application of Parks and Recreation Department, City of Santa Barbara, owner of 0 Santa Cruz Boulevard, 1,000 Steps. So I'll ask the staff representatives from the applicant team to please turn on your webcams and audio and let me know who's going to make the presentation.
Chair Schwartz, Jill Zachary, Parks and Recreation Director, and Andrew Vermont, Capital Project Supervisor, will be doing the presentation.
Very good. Are you ready to go, Mr. Vermont? And it's great to see you both.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe the first presentation will be by Ms. Kennedy for the staff presentation.
Okay, very good. And Ms. Kennedy, approximately how much time do you think you'll need, just as I'm watching the clock today for us?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I expect it to be just about 5 or 6 minutes only. Very short presentation.
Okay, very good. Please go ahead and take it away.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Good afternoon. This is the 1,000 Steps Repair Project. As you know, it's a city project. It's proposed by the Parks and Recreation Department. Next slide, please. So the project site is located on the mesa, as shown here in this exhibit. It's at the end of Santa Cruz Boulevard, just west of Shoreline Park. And it's been at this location since it was constructed back in 1925. Next slide, please. As I will explain shortly, you are not reviewing or taking any action on a coastal development permit today. Rather, the purpose of the hearing today is to request that the Planning Commission make a recommendation to allow the 1,000 Steps Repair Project to proceed to the Coastal Commission for a consolidated coastal development permit. Next slide, please. This slide shows the existing conditions at the 1,000 Steps stairway. As you can see, it's in need of repair at this time. And you did see these conditions when you were out at the site visit, or if you've been out there recently. The coastal environment has really resulted in a lot of damage to these steps over the years. Next slide, please. The main elements of the project are to increase the safety of the stairway, and these include the demolition and reconstruction of the lower 25 steps. 10 new steps would be added at the beach level. Some new safety handrails will be added. Some drainage improvements will be made. And then at the street level, some new trash cans and bicycle racks will be installed. And it's estimated that approximately 6 to 8 weeks the construction will take 6 to 8 weeks, most likely during the springtime. Next slide, please. So this is the overall plan for the project. If you, Mr. Bolton, if you could please zoom in on the upper left-hand side of the project. And that portion is the street level. And this shows the new bike racks and the trash cans in that area. So that's the upper left side.
And part of my interruption, Ms. Kennedy, just to let you know that on PowerPoint presentations, we can't zoom in to certain locations. It's unfortunately not the best featured for plans.
That's fine. Thank you, Ellen. Appreciate it. So these plans are in your packet. And so if you just look at the plan before you, on the upper left is the end of the street. In that flat area at the top of the steps, there'll be new trash receptacles and new bike racks. And then to the lower right portion of the plan shows where the 10 new steps will be installed, and then the reconstruction of the about 24, 25 steps going to those new steps. Next slide, please. Thank you. So regarding the process for this project, as you know, we have in the coastal zone, the review authority was transferred from the Coastal Commission to the city, and we have two areas. This lighter area on the top is the non-appealable jurisdiction, and then the center, more yellow color, is the appealable jurisdiction areas. But then the Coastal Commission does retain permitting authority in other areas in the city. So in this case, it's along the beach area. And for this project, because the steps are being extended at the beach level, that portion of the project requires a permit from the Coastal Commission. Next slide, please. So rather than have this project go through the CDP process, both at the city and the Coastal Commission, we look to the provisions of the Coastal Act, and Coastal Act Section 30601.3 allows that the Coastal Commission proceed with a consolidated CDP. And this is allowed if the project requires, again, both the CDP from the city and the Coastal Commission, and if there's an agreement between both parties. And also another criteria is that public participation is not impaired if we do this. So in this case, we have public hearings both today at the Planning Commission and also at the Historic Landmarks Commission. So there's plenty of opportunity for public comment. Next slide, please. Although the city does not process the CDP, it does still go through design review. The project went to the Historic Landmarks Commission, and the commission was supportive of the restoration. They did have a few comments about the proposed stair treads and some pipe railing at that mid-level landing. So those items were removed from the project. And then the project went back to HLC again. They stated that they appreciated the efforts to restore this stairway to its original feeling. And they did look forward to the reconstruction of the pergola, which is not being restored at this time, but perhaps it will be restored sometime in the future. And then after the Coastal Commission approval, the project would return to HLC for their project design and final approvals. Next slide, please. The project does require environmental review. Staff did an analysis and determined that the project does qualify for an exemption under Section 15301, which relates to existing facilities. And during our review, we did look at a number of issue areas: our archaeological resources, biological resources, and historic. Some of the recommendations in the biological study have been incorporated into the project. Also, in regard to historic structures, historic resources, a report was prepared and that was brought to the HLC. They voted to add the stairway to the city's potential historic list. And as you know, both the Phase 1 and Phase 2 reports are available for your viewing. If anyone's interested in looking at the very interesting history of this project, those are available on the city website. Next slide, please. So the project was found to be consistent with many coastal land use plan policies. I've listed them here. There are a number of policies related to public access. This project would be consistent with all of those. Specifically, policy 3.1-3, it talks about 1,000 steps specifically, that it shall be maintained and improved. And therefore, of course, this project does just that. Next slide, please. We looked at other policies in the coastal land use plan related to coastal hazards. This project did include a wave uprush study that was prepared. The study concluded that the project would not contribute to any erosion, geologic instability, or destruction of the site or any surrounding area. All the other policies are listed in your staff report, attached as an exhibit. With that, staff concludes our presentation. Next slide, please. We do have a recommendation that the Planning Commission allow the project to proceed to the Coastal Commission because the project would be consistent with our city local coastal plan policies, and the California Coastal Act. And this concludes staff's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. I think at this time, be appropriate to invite our representatives from Parks and Recreation back. Ms. Zachary and Mr. Bermond.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commission. Andrew Bermond, Capital Project Supervisor. I'm happy to be back before you in my new role here in the Parks Department. Ms. Kennedy did a great job of summarizing the project, its goals, its consistency with the Coastal Act, so we'll be very brief. Next slide, please. I want to talk a little bit about the three project goals for this project, which are the preservation of coastal access, which has already been discussed as an important component of the Coastal Act, the improving the safety of the stairways so that people can use them to get to and from the beach safely, and also the preservation of their unique character. And I'll conclude with the recommendation from the Parks and Recreation Commission from last week. Next slide, please. As mentioned, the coastal access is an important part of the California Coastal Act. It's maximizing public access is generally promoted along the coast. Next slide, please. Explicitly mentioned in policy 3.1.3 of the coastal LUP is the commitment to maintain and improve Thousand Steps among other coastal access points in the city. Additionally, the Thousand Steps are a cherished resource on the Mesa. They're highly valued and popular with our citizens. Next slide, please. As already shown, there are a number of safety issues with cracks, erosion, water seepage, groundwater seepage that creates for some slippery steps in many conditions. Next slide, please. As mentioned during the site visit, there was a question about the original hexagonal landing. So I brought the exhibit from the project plans. We don't show there having been benches in that location, but we are using these plans to restore the original railing. Next slide, please. So I'll quickly go through a sort of timeline of the Thousand Steps. This is a picture from shortly after completion in 1925. It was the earliest reference to this location as Thousand Steps was was at the end of construction. The contractor referred to having constructed 157 steps as being as much work as 1,000 steps. So it's thought that's the origin of the nickname for this coastal access. Next slide. By 1974, they looked in, frankly, a pretty familiar condition. They're largely eroded and there's water seepage. Next slide, please. In 1975, the Parks Department undertook a restoration effort, and that's largely what is present today. Next slide, please. Shortly after that restoration, there was a landslide that damaged a lot of the hexagonal landing. As you can see here, they'd constructed a temporary barrier to allow people to get up and down the stairs while they were restoring. Next slide, please. Much more recently, we see that the stairs are in a shape similar to the way they looked before the restoration in 1975. There's substantial erosion and cracks and deterioration. But importantly, in this slide, I want to point out the significant drop-off from that last step. And that's because the sand supply, which rises and falls periodically with wave action, when it's very low, you end up with a very steep drop-off, and that is not terribly safe for people getting down or up the stairs. Next slide, please. So earlier this year, just as a temporary measure, the bottom 12 steps were reformed in permeable concrete in order to try to alleviate some of the slipperiest and most eroded steps. Those will be replaced with this project. Next slide, please. So as I said, we'll be replacing the bottom 25 steps. We'll be adding 10 steps and a handrail throughout, as Ms. Kennedy mentioned. Next slide, please. And we will be restoring portions of the hexagonal landing. Won't be a complete restoration, which of course we'd all like to do due to this is mostly a safety enhancement. But following HLC's guidance, we're doing these safety enhancements in a way to ensure that future restoration would be more easily added at a later date. Next slide. So I'll just conclude with a recommendation from the Parks and Recreation Commission. Last week, they met and reviewed the project plans as you're doing now, and they recommended that this project be referred to the Coastal Commission for their review and approval. Thank you. Oh, and also, as you can see, I have the Parks and Recreation Director, Jill Zachary. Both of us are available for questions.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. I'll ask Ms. Kokinda, before we go to commissioners, I'd like to see if there are any members of the public waiting to speak to us in this item. We can always come back, but trying to be more timely and considerate of the public who value their time, and to see if they want to speak to us at this time on this item.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. So if you are attending via webinar, I'd like to invite you to, if you wish to comment on this item, to please raise your hand using the hand icon on your GoToWebinar control panel. You need to click it one time, and a raised hand is indicated by a red arrow pointing down. And at this time, Madam Chair, I do not see any raised hands. I would just like to ask Ms. Rydell if we received any written correspondence for this item, and I'll keep lookout.
Thank you, Ellen, and to the chair. No, we did not receive any written correspondence for this item.
Still no raised hands, so Madam Chair, back to you.
Thank you, Ms. Kokinda and Ms. Rydell. So with that, I'd like to invite the commissioners to please turn on your webcams and your audio for questions of staff and or the applicant team. And let's start
Chair,
with, yes.
Sorry, Chair Schwartz, I don't have a video, so just please let me know when you'd like me to proceed with questions.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Commissioner Reed. Commissioner Wiscombe turned on her webcam first. If you'd like to go second, I want to respect that you're in an awkward position here with no internet. So just stay tuned, Commissioner Reed, and we'll go to you after Commissioner Wiscombe with questions.
Commissioner Reed's perfectly welcome to go first. I just have one quick question.
Why don't you go ahead, Commissioner Wiscombe? You were, please go ahead, and then we'll go to Commissioner Reed by phone.
Okay. And Madam Chair, do you want questions and comments now at the same time? Would that be helpful to move things along?
It's difficult. You know, we have substantial information before us, and why don't we just do questions at this time? Let's see how that goes first. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I just had a question about, Mr. Bermond gave a good explanation of how we got to 1,000 steps from Camino Al Mar, but has there been any talk or action, and perhaps at HLC, perceived to return to the original name of the steps? Ms. Zachary's laughing.
Chair Schwartz, Commissioner Wiscombe, not to my knowledge. I think it is so commonly referred to as 1,000 steps. However, as part of our efforts to ensure the public knows about park history in Santa Barbara, we've integrated it into written documentation so that hopefully over time, we don't forget what they were originally called.
Okay. And I think that's it. You've clarified the 10 steps versus 9, which was so there's going to be 10 new steps, not 9. And I think that's the end of my questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Reed, did you have any questions for either staff, which would be Ms. Kennedy, or the applicant team, Mr. Bermond and Ms. Zachary?
I do. I'm not sure who to direct them to, so I'll just present the questions. Let's see. So the staff report says that there'll be 10 additional concrete steps extending 14 feet seaward. My overarching question would be just what are the potential consequences of this addition? And what's kind of piquing my interest is just thinking back to the sea level rise presentation and comments on really any new structures on the beach or the sand or any shift in the sand could lead to erosion, possibly even geologic instability. The staff report makes mention of that, and in one instance on page 6, it says that it will not contribute to erosion. In another statement, it says it will not significantly contribute to erosion. So specific to that 10-step addition, what could be the potential impacts?
And Commissioner Reed, hold on one moment, Commissioner Bermond. Could we ask Mr. Bolton to please, if you have access to the specific pages that Commissioner Reed is referencing, it's always helpful for us to be looking at the language together. So we now have page 6 of 104 of our package on the screen. And could you just verbally, Commissioner Reed, help us zero in on the language that you're inquiring about, please?
Yeah, this was in Chair Schwartz connection to the wave uprush study on page 6. And there were 2 different statements. I don't have it highlighted on my document, but one said note not contribute significantly to erosion. And then there was a second statement in the context of the wave uprush study that says it will not contribute to erosion, period. And that's not all that relevant to my question, I suppose. I mean, I'm just looking at what the potential consequences of this new development could be, thinking back to sea level rise and really considering there's private property adjacent to the area in question, how might the surrounding private property be impacted?
Madam Chair, if I may, I'd like to respond to Commissioner Reed's question. So the wave uprush study looked at the potential for both beach and bluff erosion that could be induced by this project. It's a little counterintuitive that it wouldn't have a significant impact because as you're extending seaward, you would normally expect there to be some sort of coastal geomorphology consequences. Because the stairs extend downward as they extend outward, it does not create an artificial groin condition. So you don't have that sort of sand trap on one side longshore and then the sand erosion that would be on the other side, because the stairs are really, the intent is for the beach to overfill the stairs as sand supply is higher. So the lateral sand movement is not significantly impeded. It is possible that we would have higher levels of sand by maybe up to a foot on one side than on the other, but we don't anticipate that having any contribution to bluff top erosion, which was the concern in the wave uprush study.
Okay, thank you for that. Before closing out this question, on page 7 of the staff report, I'm trying to find where I believe at the top, it states that this is under CEQA review that second, excuse me here. Guidelines which allow for repair, maintenance, or minor alteration of existing public structures involving negligible or no, I might be reading the wrong thing. I'm sorry, this is very difficult without my internet. My question is, do the added steps truly constitute a minor alteration, allowing this to be exempt from environmental review?
Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Reed, they do, because of the fact that we're not intensifying the use of the stairs. Their throughput would remain the same. It is conceptually possible that we would have some sort of a biological erosion impact, but we've done reports for both those that concluded that there was no reasonable risk of a significant impact. And so planning staff determined that a categorical exemption, excuse me, would be appropriate.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to address the bike racks. I believe your plan is to accommodate 4 bikes. On page 6 again of the staff report, at the top of the page, it cites policy 3.1-27, the intent being to maximize sustainable coastal access. I'm just wondering, from the site visit, it looks like a pretty large area. Would it be possible to increase the bike rack capacity, considering it's such a tight area to park? And even from our site visit, it seemed like a lot of people were coming and going via bicycle.
Commissioner Schwartz and Commissioner Reed, it would be possible. Frankly, the reason to include the bicycle parking is a means to provide a safer way to store bicycles than what's currently occurring, which is people locking to either the guardrail or the chain link fence. The reason that we've landed on, we have no standard to require bicycle parking for coastal access. There's not a ratio that we can apply. And so we've applied the 2 bike racks as an effort to improve the situation without overly burdening pedestrians in the area to navigate around a massive sort of bike parking lot.
Okay. Just a couple more questions. Do the public comments in this hearing and comments also by the Planning Commission, will those be considered and or addressed should Coastal Commission do the consolidated review?
Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Reed, yes, the minutes will be included in our submittal to the Coastal Commission.
Okay. And then in terms of the scenic overview, it just seemed like a really broken down area during our site visit. On page 5, it states that the LUP notes the scenic overlook is in need of improvement. It just, you know, and from looking at that, it's such a beautiful view and such a neglected area, the surface, the fence, etc. Realistically, when could that be improved?
Chair
Is it
Schwartz.
possible that it could be improved at this time?
Yeah, Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Reed, there are future plans to address that area separate from this project. Our real focus is to address safety and access. However, there have been discussions with the Public Works Department, since that is really street right-of-way up there, as well as with community members as to how we could enhance that area. But we specifically chose to focus on addressing this aspect of the project. And then as a second phase, there's another phase addressing the coastal overlook area in more detail.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. And last question, you guys, it was interesting on the site visit, you pointed out that the sign, I never realized this, actually reads 1,000 steps. So it's not actually the name. I'm wondering if there was any talk or consideration to edit that sign.
Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Reed, and also to Commissioner Wiscom's earlier comment, we have the ability to replace our monument signs. We're in the process of doing that systematically through our park system, and we have approved sign program guidelines. So we have talked about doing that as part of that next phase of citywide signage. And I also would like to add, we are planning to put an interpretive sign in this location. We have a grant that we're working with the Santa Barbara County Trails Council to install 10 signs along the Santa Barbara coastline that promote the walkability of Santa Barbara's coast, but also provide history and ecological discussions about the value of different aspects of our coastal environment. So in short, yes, we'll be working on that as part of our larger sign replacement program.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Reed. Other commissioners who have questions, please go ahead and feel free to turn on your webcams now. Commissioner Bonderson, questions, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, actually, I'm going to piggyback off of some of the questions that Commissioner Reed just mentioned. He took them from my thoughts, and I wanted to build on them one step further. With regard to the bikes, I understand your answer. I thought it was very thorough, and I wanted to know more about what you in your department consider too many. And and I say that because right now we're talking about 4, and I'm wondering if doubling that number and making 8 bicycle parking spots is considered too many, or 12. Is that considered too many? What do we think about when we think about congesting that area?
Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Bonderson, it's a judgment call. We're trying to balance the available source of funds with the existing demand for bicycle parking on the site. We absolutely could provide more bicycle parking if it's warranted.
Thank you. And I heard you say that before as well, that if it is warranted, that you would consider it. I was just interested to understand, in an area such as this, the area is very unique. It's a dead end and so on. What are we concerned with? And if you had that information handy. But I understand, and I hope that there will be some consideration given to the parking, simply because we don't want to have to see bikes parked on fences and so on either. So
Yep.
For purposes as well. And my second question also is a continuation, perhaps with Ms. Zachary, with regard to signs, and kind of doubling up on Commissioner Wiscom and Commissioner Reed's questions and putting them together. I wanted to know what kind of consideration there may be, or if there is already, to have the signs you're speaking of, the monument signs, include that historical name, and to assist with us as a community, not only to be aware of it, because I grew up here and I've never heard that historic name, and I was very fascinated with it. And I'm interested to have that kind of awareness. Is that something that you're considering putting on those signs?
Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Bonderson, yes. So the actual park's name, as it's used today, 1,000 Steps, and the department, it could be that we include it on the monument sign. It takes up a lot of space, but the interpretive sign has a historic element. We generally show historic photos, the genesis of the park or the recreation space that we're highlighting, and as part of that, provide the narrative related to the name of the sign. So certainly we would be doing that.
I look forward to seeing that. I'm very happy to know that that is an option. Thank you so much. That's actually the end of my questions. I appreciate your time.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Bonderson. The other commissioners, please don't be shy. Please turn your webcams on. Thank you, Commissioner Higgins. Go ahead.
Hello, Andrew. Nice to see you back. You sure get around. Thank you for the presentation. And my only question is, when do you expect work to start and how long will it take?
Madam Chair and Commissioner Higgins, thank you. The project should take 6 to 8 weeks. The critical path for us is submitting to and getting before the California Coastal Commission. That could be anywhere from 3 to 9 months. It's a little bit difficult to decipher how things get on Coastal Commission's agenda. We would ideally construct in spring. We may have to push until after summer peak season in order to construct in the fall if the permit takes that long.
Okay, so you can go to Coastal and basically that's your building permit as well. You don't have any extra permits or?
No, we would still need to submit for building permit and also go to HLC one more time. Those paths are reasonable to, to schedule. We know how long that takes. Coastal Commission has greater variance.
When was the last time we took the city, or by extension that you know of the county, took a project like this to Coastal?
Chair Schwartz, Commissioner Higgins, the last time we did a coastal access was at Mesa Lane Steps, and we did that in 2012. It didn't require a permit from the Coastal Commission. It was just permitted by the city. However, it was reviewed by the Coastal Commission.
And they didn't have any extra comments or design critique or issues with your exemption work?
Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Higgins, not to my recollection, and I was assistant director at that time. We have had a couple of conversations with Coastal staff about this project over the last number of years. So they're aware that we will be submitting our application. They're aware of the considerations that we've had related to improving the safety and access to the beach year-round. So we're hopeful that as we move forward through the permitting phase, we will have addressed any concerns or questions that they have.
Well, great. Well, it's, a long time coming, so Godspeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Higgins. Questions from the other commissioners, please? I'll go ahead and pause and wait to see who would like to come online. Okay, I don't see anyone at this moment. I'll go ahead and start next with my questions, and perhaps we'll have some of the other commissioners come online if they're interested. I wanted to come back to the bicycle parking, Mr. Bermond, and ask you what kind of feedback could we provide you today by way of recommendation if we would like to increase, or a majority of the commissioners would be interested in increasing the number from 4 to some higher number. Do you have any thoughts for me on that? Since I think, and I'll comment further during our comment portion of the hearing today, but any thoughts for me on increasing from 4 to some other number?
So Chair Schwartz and commissioners and Mr. Bermond will jump in after me. I've been sort of going back and forth with other project staff during our discussion. We know we could at least fit another 4 more, and we can certainly study the maximum number that would be allowed while still providing pedestrian access out to the bluff area, because we'd also be looking at that as well.
Okay, excellent. Well, thank you for this real-time back and forth consideration, Ms. Zachary. And I'm going to just note this for my colleagues' consideration, that we could move it from 4 to 8, increase it from 4 to 8, pending further study for even more than that, but at least a recommendation from Planning Commission today for 8 bicycle parking areas. And then back to this discussion on, I think you referred to it as the monument sign. Is that how we're to officially refer to the sign, the signage? I wasn't quite clear from your answers to a couple of my colleagues about the process for incorporating the original name, which I think, historians that we all are, amateur or otherwise, I think is helpful to express to the public by way of signage. So do you have any other information you could provide me as to what would be involved with that? Again, by way of perhaps a recommendation from the Planning Commission regarding signage, improved, enhanced signage.
Sure, Chair Schwartz, we have a set of approved sign program guidelines that have gone through Sign Committee, HLC, and ABR, and each one of those signs in our suite of signs is designated for a certain purpose. So the monument sign is the name of the facility. Because of the style of sign, it's a routed wood sign. We have to balance the amount of information that's placed on that sign versus other ways to provide signage. So it may not have been clear from my comments. We can look at whether we can incorporate the historic name in the monument sign. If that's not possible, it certainly would be in an interpretive sign, which we're designing for that location. So it would be adjacent to or in the vicinity of the signage that's already there, in addition to anything else that we would put related to access and safety and that kind of thing. We need to look at it a little bit more in detail to figure out how it would play out. We have in a couple of places parks that have been renamed over time. And generally we go with the current name and we use historical reference to provide the additional names. Hopefully that clarifies it.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Zachary. So if here again, if a majority of the commissioners would like to incorporate into our recommendations that the original, what do we want to call it? We can't call it a street. What do we call it? Like a pathway? What do we call it, Mr. Bermond? The original?
Madam Chair, the Camino El Mar is the name of the designated right-of-way. So
yeah, the original Camino name, I'll just refer to it that by way of shorthand. If the commission were interested in including in its recommendation today that either in the monument sign or an adjacent interpretive sign, I think that's what Ms. Zachary referred to it, that we would like the original Camino name to be incorporated. Would that be acceptable to you as well? Would that be feasible if we include that in the recommendation?
Certainly.
Okay, very good. Let's see, and then I wanted to follow up on Commissioner Reed asked about the scenic overview, and Mr. Bolton, I don't know if we need to go to that language in our packet. I thought I heard Commissioner Reed reference page 5 of the staff report. The actual language isn't as important as my question about this. So in terms of considering improvements, I thought I heard that, and I was clear that improvements to the scenic overview would not occur during this phase or this portion of the repair work, the repair project. But I'm just wondering if there's any opportunity. I'm just going to press you a little bit, Mr. Bermond and Ms. Zachary, because I think the public would so greatly benefit from the scenic overview, and not just for aesthetics, but also safety, but certainly both of those. And they tie into a number of Coastal Act policies, which are our local policies. Is there any way to perhaps look at expanded funding or enhanced funding to incorporate scenic overview improvements now while we're going through this process, which will ultimately land with the Coastal Commission for a consolidated permit?
Chair Schwartz, this project is currently funded through the Refugio oil spill settlement dollars. And so that's a hard cap. If we wanted to add to that amount, we would need to identify another funding source from the general fund or some other grant opportunity that's not been identified as of yet. At the moment, we are including the bike racks and the trash receptacles as elements that also benefit the bluff, but a major bluff top project is kind of outside of the scope of our available funding at the moment.
Okay, that's too bad. There's no other supplemental funding to be considered. All right, I'll leave that in your capable hands then. Now I have a coastal policy question for you. With the recently evolving, I guess I could call it that, a coastal commission policy around repair or remove of new development in the coastal zone on existing development. Does that have any bearing on our improvements, the development improvements to 1,000 steps? So for example, we're going to make a certain percentage, of the total development, let's call it however we define development for 1,000 steps, in improvements or redevelopment of the development. And that's separate from a future scenic overview development improvement. Are we coming close at all to that 51, I think it's a 51% threshold where we could be jeopardizing our ability to make improvements to the coastal zone development? Do you know what I'm referring to?
Yes, Madam Chair, and it is possible, not really knowing the scope of what Bluff Top remodel would be, or the cost of that, as we've not really designed anything yet. It's theoretically possible that we could exceed that threshold. It would be difficult to price the value of 1,000 steps. It's not as easy to use real estate comps for public facilities. So that would require further exploration in order to determine which side of 51% we were on.
Okay, Ms. Zachary, did you have any additional thoughts regarding that? Or
Chair Schwartz and commissioners, I don't really have anything to add. However, and I don't have the exact coastal policy, and I think it may be in your staff report. We're doing certainly one very important thing, which is maintaining and enhancing public access to the beach through this project. Anything that we were to do related to the coastal bluff top, I would consider that to be, we would be looking at minimizing the additional development that we did there, because it is a coastal bluff, and the concern related to coastal bluff erosion would be something that we would have to factor into any improvements that we did there. So although without having a design in hand, we would keep that in mind and try to balance the objective of improving coastal access, views of the coast, and the public bluff areas that we do have with the limitations of the Coastal Act.
And do you, from your conversations with Coastal Commission staff thus far, has that been raised? Has that question been raised by them in terms of percentage of redevelopment of the existing development? Or repair? I should call it repair, excuse me, repair, not redevelopment.
Madam Chair, thank you. It's because of the fact that what we're looking at is a repair project. The portion that is an addition is the 10 stairs at the bottom, which is a much smaller part of the total project cost. So we've sort of discussed the scope of the project, but we haven't exactly gotten to, I have not consulted with Coastal Commission staff about a specific price, because we're both operating under the assumption that we are far below that, the 10 stairs.
Yeah, okay. Let me just go through my packet, and I'm looking up at the screen to see if, I guess it would be Commissioner Lodge and Commissioner Escobedo, if they have any questions of either staff or the applicant team at this time. Okay, I'm not seeing any, so, here, Commissioner Escobedo, any questions of either staff or the applicant team, please?
Madam Chair, I was just going to confirm that I have no questions.
Oh, that's fine. Thank you, Commissioner Escobedo. Since you're on screen, I spoke too soon. He went off. Commissioner Escobedo, I was wondering if you would like to kick off comments, including any recommendations. Do you feel comfortable with that, or would you like to wait and have somebody else come on in?
No, I can definitely give comments.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you to staff for not only a great site visit, it was very informational, and it was really good to see those stairs when damp and wet, because they are very unsafe. And so I think this is a welcome improvement. I can support us moving the project to the Coastal Commission. I would also support increasing the bike parking from 4 to 8. Yeah, I think I look forward to this, and I cannot wait until this is done. That big step at the bottom is really dangerous, and to have the handrail is going to be a welcome improvement. So I can definitely support this going to the Coastal Commission.
And Commissioner Escobedo, could you also comment, please, on what I was asking for feedback from my colleagues? As part of our recommendation, would you also support having the original Camino name either incorporated into the monument sign or an adjacent interpretive sign?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And I don't know that there was anything else I was asking for my my colleagues to comment on. Thank you. Commissioner Bonderson, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also support recommending this to move forward to the Coastal Commission. It seems that the project is consistent with all of the city's policies and all of the California Coastal Commission requirements at this point. I was very impressed with this 104-page staff report. It didn't really leave much else to question, and I think it's wonderful to be able to promote safe public access to the coastline, especially in this location. So sorry about the noise. I hope that improves the noise. I apologize. And I just, I wanted to follow up with your question to us about the bike parking. You already know that I will support that. If we can get 8 out of it, and if we can do a little study to see what else would be feasible and logical in that area. We don't want to go too high and congest it, but certainly if we could get 10 instead of 8 would be nice as well. And lastly, I wanted to mention that I would really, really like to see that historical name, the Camino name, as part of our city awareness. It reminds me of Henry's Beach, Arroyo Burro Beach, as it's known at the city level, but among the locals, we affectionately call it Henry's Beach. And I think that this is a very similar situation. We will continue to know it as Thousand Stairs, but it would be lovely to have the historical name as part of our vernacular and our vocabulary and our knowledge. So I support that certainly. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonderson. Commissioner Wiscombe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As a former Parks and Recreation Commissioner, I am so excited to see this project come forward. It's been many years of talk and years of talking about that the stairs are unsafe, and I really appreciated Mr. Bermont's 3 goals for coastal access, safety, and preservation of character. I thought that just the design just encapsulates those 3 goals beautifully. In terms of the interpretive sign, I don't understand why we're making a recommendation on that, because Ms. Zachary basically said, if it's not going to be on the monument sign, they'll look at that. I would prefer it on the monument sign. I think if we were going to make a recommendation, we should talk about where we prefer it. I prefer it on the monument sign where the name of the facility is. But if it can't be there for design reasons, and I understand the lettering height, et cetera, then Ms. Zachary says it'll be on the interpretive sign. So I think I'm fine with that. I can support adding 8 bike racks. At this point, I can't support adding any more. And the reason why is I think we'd need further study. I live on the Mesa. I actually used to live on Santa Cruz Boulevard. Whenever I've gone down there, I've seen, maybe 3 or 4 bikes. I don't want to load it up with a bike rack that doesn't have any bikes, and it'll probably get more used once the facility is improved. But I think we should wait and see on more, but I would certainly support 8.
And Commissioner Wiscombe, may I just ask you just to tease out a bit your thoughts on this? So excuse me for jumping in to ask you. I think I heard Ms. Zachary say that further study is possible. So maybe we just include in our recommendation kind of ongoing monitoring of the usage of the 8, if that's acceptable, to see if it's at capacity, if they could use more, something like that. I think it's good to have it codified in our meeting minutes.
Yes, and that's fine. And that's actually where I was going with this, that I think if we add more than 8, that, it would have to be done because further study warrants that there's more demand than 8. And then in terms of the bluff top improvements that you talked about, Madam Chair, I totally understand that this is outside the scope of the project. This is really a safety project. And where I think all my fellow commissioners would love to see bluff top improvements. It's going to have to go through a design process with HLC, which would cause delays and obviously funding. And I think that in terms of this particular project, Mr. Bermond outlined the goals. I'll go back to that, circle back to that. And it's coastal access, it's safety, and it's preservation of character. And this project beautifully does all 3 of those things. So I can totally support the consolidated CDP to the Coastal Commission. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe. Commissioner Lodge?
Commissioner Lodge, I'm sorry, you're still muted.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I really don't have anything to add to what Commissioner Wiscombe has said, except that, and I'm fully supportive of what's before us. It's a safety project, and I gather that those steps are wet most of the time, and there's algae growing on them, and that slipperiness. I don't know what the record is of people slipping and falling there is, but this project certainly is needed. I do want to add one thing about the bluff top area. I too, like Commissioner Reed, it's just so shabby looking, and there's a spectacular view. And I know that part of it's not before us now, and I understand that will be coming to us in the future. And in all the discussion of the signs, I just want to relate an experience that I have had. Spectacular lake that I have regularly visited, and I've been going there maybe 5 years, and then the Parks Department decided to put an interpretive sign right in front of the lake. So you had to be very careful to make sure it wasn't in the view when you took a photograph. And any kind of interpretive sign and so on, it should be off to the side, is all I'm saying, in planning for this area. On the bicycle thing, I can support more, but again, I would prefer to see more of a study on how many bicycles are actually using it before we go too far. We don't want to cram up the space to make it less inviting to pedestrians who want to just look at the view. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lodge. Commissioner Reed, comments, please, including support for recommendations.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Schwartz. So I would just like to stress the critical importance of certainty that the new concrete stair development, as important as that is, will not cause erosion and potential negative impact to the surrounding properties, including this one, and the bluff above it. That would be my first comment. In terms of the bicycles, I would support an increase to 8 and up to 12 bike capacity for those racks. But I also agree with Commissioner Lodge. Like I wouldn't want that in any way to take away from that area's primary intent, which is a scenic overlook. That is the most important. So that needs to be balanced. In terms of the scenic overlook, feel strongly about it. It's such a beautiful vantage point, such a unique area in our city. So I would just strongly encourage that the applicant exhaust all available options for potential funding to address additional improvements to what is a extremely dilapidated scenic overview, especially considering that our LUP notes that this particular scenic overlook is in need of that improvement. And then lastly, in terms of the sign, I support the addition of the historic name for the site and modifying or replacing the 1,000 step title with just 1,000 steps, the correct current name. And I think that does it for my comments.
Well, Commissioner Reed, I heard from Commissioner Wiscombe that her preference, in order of preference, if I got this correct, Commissioner Wiscombe, was to incorporate the original Camino sign into the monument sign. That's the routed wood sign, if it can accommodate the Camino name.
Yes.
And if not, then the kind of fallback, a preference of ours would be to incorporate it into an adjacent interpretive sign, right, Commissioner Wiscombe?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
I agree.
that's correct. And it might end up in both if, because the little history that Mr. Bermond gave of how it got to 1,000 steps from Camino El Mar was really interesting.
Wasn't it? Yeah, really fascinating.
I guess the only thing I would add is if there was a feasible way to do it, I'd love to see the 1 removed. So it just goes back to 1,000 steps, even though that's kind of fun to, know that that's a mistake. I'd love to see the 1 removed.
Okay. I didn't query, well, since we have time. Oh, anything else, Commissioner Reed? I didn't want to cut you short.
No, that's it.
Okay. I would like to, not going to do straw polls or anything, but Commissioner Wiscombe, go ahead. You're back on.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I believe Ms. Zachary, she could confirm this, but I believe she said when the monument sign gets replaced that the 1 will be gone and it will just be 1,000 steps. Isn't that I think you said that at the site visit, right, Ms. Zachary?
Chair Schwartz, Commissioner Wiscombe, yes. And I've been in this department for more years than I ever anticipated, and that sign predates me. So the history of how it got routed that way, I don't have, but I'm well aware that it's time to correct it when we replace the sign.
And after all, Ms. Zachary, looking at the staff report, on page 1 of the staff report, well, really the cover page, it doesn't say 1,000. It says 1,000 steps. So we're already moving in the direction of removing the word 1. So this is good news, I think. Very good. Okay. I don't see any other commissioners coming back on, but please feel free if you've heard something in this somewhat interactive set of recommendations between the various commissioners and myself. If you've heard anything that you'd like to further comment on by way of either concern or support, now is the time to do that. We want everything to be incorporated into the record and our recommendations. No? Okay. I'll make just a few comments. I am going to support an increase of the bicycle racks from 4 to 8. and leave it in staff's hands to please study on an ongoing basis the usage of the 8 to determine if that's the correct number, if we need to go up or not from there. And I would agree with Commissioner Wiscombe, and it sounds like there is support for this, that our preference in incorporating the original Camino name would be into the wood monument sign. But if for some reason that's not aesthetically or otherwise practical in terms of feasibility, certainly in the interpretive sign. Let me go to a couple of other, maybe one other specific before I just reread from page 2, the required application language that we need to consider. And I do want to come back to what I asked about, and Commissioner Reed mentioned this scenic overview. I hear Mr. Bermond loud and clear that there's this financial constraint from the Refugio oil spill funds that have been made available. I would just press staff if there's any other funding that you could possibly look for. It would be, I think, a real enhancement in this area of our coastal zone to consider improvements now or in the very near future. It really just does a disservice, I think, to that magnificent view and the experience, both visitors and locals, mostly locals. Really just looks like, and it is, a dead-end street at this point, but you know, with the view shed out to the magnificent Pacific Ocean, I think we could do much more in honoring that, in referencing that. So with that, I'm going to come back to, and if Mr. Bolton would put up on the screen the actual recommendation language. And I want to reference the language that's in our staff report on page 2. And here's what it says in the staff report. A recommendation from the Planning Commission to allow the project to proceed to the California Coastal Commission for a consolidated coastal development permit for the proposed development that is located in both the appealable jurisdiction of the city's coastal zone and the California Coastal Commission permit jurisdiction. So with that, and with what I know staff has documented as our 2 important supplemental recommendations on bike racks and incorporating the original Camino name into signage, I'll pause for a moment to see if any of my colleagues have anything further. You can just raise your hand if there's anything. Otherwise, would all the commissioners please turn your webcams on, and Commissioner Reed is going to be with us by audio. Staff, I don't believe, should we take a vote on this recommendation with those 2 supplemental recommendations? Either Ms. Rydell or Ms. DeBus?
Madam Chair?
Yes, please,
Madam
Commissioner Wiscombe.
Yes, I'd like to add one supplemental recommendation that we discussed, in that the bluff top improvements, although we recognize that they're not part of this project, but that they be a priority capital improvement project in the future.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Wiscombe. Let me ask staff and the applicant, well, excuse me, before we go to staff and the applicant, fellow commissioners, bluff top improvements as a priority, next step or so forth? Yes, I'm seeing hands raised. I'm in support of that as well.
I didn't mean that as support for that. That seems a little tricky to me to work in here because we don't know what that looks like design-wise. I don't know. I think if I lived there on that street, I would want to know a little bit more about what the design was in terms of attractive nuisance in my side yard. Just a consideration. But so I don't know if I want to get involved in that at this moment, and got to keep this project moving.
Commissioner Wiscombe, did you want to further detail or elaborate on your thoughts regarding bluff top improvements, as a generic?
It's a general supplemental recommendation. No, we don't know what it looks like, but I think the majority of the commission agreed that we would like to have some attention paid to that area and that it's important. So that's all it is, a general supplemental recommendation.
Maybe I was tuning out. What does that mean? Like to removing pavement or adding benches or plantings or what?
We don't know. It just means improvement. It's a degraded area. I think all the commissioners felt that way and felt that it needed improvement, particularly since it's one of the scenic overlooks in our city.
Madam
Commissioner
Chair.
Wiscombe, one moment, Commissioner Lodge, and I see Commissioner Bonderson's hand up. Commissioner Wiscombe, would it be of benefit for us to look at the map? So I'm wondering if there's differing concepts or assumptions being made by our colleagues about the area we're talking about. Could we please put up a map here and have Commissioner Wiscombe just verbally, generally describe the area we're referring to when we talk about bluff top improvements or overview improvements? I'll use the word overview for the moment.
It's simply the area at the end of Santa Cruz Boulevard where the guardrail is, where now all the bikes are locked to the guardrail, and you go around it and there's it's the top of the bluff there.
Okay, and it's the
right
end
at
of the street. Yes.
Yeah, right as you enter the stairs.
So this address is 0 Santa Cruz Boulevard. That's what we're talking about. It's right
And,
there. Yeah.
Madam Chair, I don't want to make a big deal out of this. If we don't want to make that as one of our supplemental recommendations, that's fine. I was just following what it seemed like the majority of the commission was desirous to add to the comments. We can just leave that as individual comments if you prefer to do that, and just focus on what's in the project.
Okay, thank you. There have been some hands up. Commissioner Lodge, you first, and then Commissioner Bonderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is simply a matter of asking the Parks Department to put this at the top of the list as far as possible of all the many projects they have in the city of enhancing our parks and recreation facilities. So it isn't approving a design, it's just that it get up there for attention soon. So I certainly have no problem including it.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Bonderson, you're next with a thought on this particular supplemental recommendation.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. If I remember correctly, when we were on the site visit, the applicant team was talking about a second phase that they've already been working on, having to do with design, rebuilding potentially the pergola and some next phase of improvements. I'm simply curious to know if we could ask them if this discussion item happens to be on their list, and that way we can know if it's something that we're expecting to see might help us support the cause.
I think that's a good idea, Commissioner Bonderson. If we could please ask an applicant representative to come back on and address that, that could help facilitate closure for us on this. Ms. Zachary, please.
Chair Schwartz, Commissioner Bonderson, if you're referencing sort of the next phase of renovating the historic structure of Thousand Steps, we do not have it in the plan as yet. As Commissioner Wiscombe mentioned, we've been trying to get this project funded since 2007. So it's been a long time in the making. If I could address the comments from the commission related to the bluff top, since I'm back on the camera, we can include that in our CIP. We already have Thousand Steps in our CIP, and we can certainly say phase 2 would be looking at improvements to the bluff top, and that at some point in the future, it will be a priority to look at further restoration of the stairs to further respect their historic integrity. If that would address some of the interests of the commission, and we will be at the Parks and Recreation Commission in a couple of weeks presenting our capital improvement program, and that would be another opportunity for us to express your comments to them regarding what you'd like to see the department consider an important capital project.
Thank you, Ms. Zachary. Commissioner Wiscombe?
Sounds good to me.
Madam Chair, that's exactly what I said, was that it be a priority in the CIP. That was my comment. So,
Okay.
and those were the words I used. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. On this very item, any other comments, confusion? Do we need to clear it up? What we're talking about? This is the very end of the street. When we say Bluff Top, this is the public right of way, right there at 0 Santa Cruz, where we all met. We began our site visit on Tuesday. We were standing literally right there. I don't see any other hands up right now. No? Okay. Commissioner Higgins, you had some preliminary hesitation before we go to a vote, which I'll ask Ms. Rydell to conduct. I wanted to understand kind of where you're coming out on this relative to the larger recommendation that staff is and the applicant is looking for us for today.
Sure, thanks. I don't mean to be grumpy about it. I just, when we have a bright shiny object in front of us that's tempting to pay attention to it, it means deprioritizing something else that may already be on somebody's priority list. So outside of understanding how all the priorities work, maybe that's just part of the routine with bringing these projects and by staff to the public. It gets looked at and, hey, what about this or that? No big deal. I just was registered my concern about the overall, administration of all of the things within the capital improvements budget, but I won't continue to be a stick in the mud.
Well, and the capital improvement project list comes to Planning Commission, as you'll recall, for further discussion.
Yeah, it very much does, and so that's how I know about that. That if we're pushing on one, we're going to pull on another. So I didn't want to do that out of context, but
yeah, and we'll have to see what that list looks like the next time it comes back around. In these extraordinary times in which we're finding ourselves. So, Commissioner Reed. Your internet service was restored. It's good to see you.
Good to see you, Chair Schwartz.
And then now that you have your webcam on, did you want to say anything further? I didn't want to leave you out from this last round of participation before we go to a vote on the recommendation.
Nope, I think my comments are in support of the overall recommendation.
Okay, so Ms. Rydell, what we're then considering is not only the recommendation that's articulated on page 2 of the staff. Oh, there's Ms. DeBusk. Ms. DeBusk, can I go ahead and proceed, or yes, with what I was beginning to say about our recommendation?
We need a motion, Madam Chair.
Yes, but I wanted staff to be poised. Yes, of course, but I wanted staff to be poised to incorporate or include 3 supplemental recommendations. So just if they're taking notes. So with that, just for staff to be poised. So I'll look for a motion and a second that includes 3 supplemental recommendations. Commissioner Wiscombe, you're poised to do that?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd be happy to do it. I move the staff recommendation as shown on the slide 22 here, and supplemental recommendations from the Planning Commission of increasing to 8 bike racks and further study on intensity of use and perhaps addition to if needed. The second one is the interpretive sign. I believe it's the preference of the commission to have it on Camino El Mar on the monument sign if possible, but if not, included definitely on the interpretive sign. And 3 is that the bluff top improvements, which is the top of the bluff at the end of Santa Cruz Boulevard at the top of 1,000 Steps, just to be perfectly clear, that bluff top improvements there be a priority in the Parks and Recreation capital improvement program. I think I covered it all.
Oh, that enthusiasm. There were like several voices at once. So who would like to second that?
Commissioner Lodge.
Okay, Commissioner Lodge. Very good. So we have Wiscombe and Lodge, and any discussion on that motion, please? No. So with that, Ms. Rydell, would you please do a voice vote on the motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will begin the roll call. Start with Commissioner Escobedo.
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge,
Yes.
Vice Chair Wiscombe,
Yes.
Commissioner Higgins,
Yes.
Commissioner Reed,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonderson,
Yes.
Chair Schwartz.
Yes.
That is unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rydell, and thanks to my fellow commissioners. We're going to take a break now for staff and everyone else, a health break, before we come back to our second item. So first, let me read into the record for the public in particular. The second item is an environmental hearing, Community Wildfire Protection Plan. And the purpose of the hearing is for the Planning Commission to receive comments from the public, and also the staff to receive comments from the Planning Commission on both the adequacy and completeness of the draft program environmental impact report for the Community Wildfire Protection Plan pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act. My clock says 2:25. Let's take a 10-minute break and come back at 2:35. Thank you very much. We're in reconvene the City of Santa Barbara Planning Commission meeting for November 5th, 2020. And I'd just like to confirm that all of the commissioners are back from recess as well before we proceed. Our next item is an environmental hearing. Prior to recess, I read into the record a description, and it is going to be on the Community Wildfire Protection Plan. The purpose of our hearing is to receive comments from the commission and also any members of the public who wish to speak to us today on the adequacy and completeness of the draft program environmental impact report. Let me also note that for me, chairing today's hearing, I have a hard stop time of 5:45 p.m. However, if the hearing needs to extend beyond that, Vice Chair Wiscombe is going to take over, and she'll continue to move the hearing forward if necessary. So with that, I'm going to ask if it will be Mr. Poirier and Ms. Anderson from our fire department making the presentation. Just to confirm that all of your technical support is working.
Chair Schwartz, it will be two of us, and Julia Peugeot will also contribute in the presentation.
Okay, and there's Ms. Peugeot as well. Very good. And so who will be primarily making the presentation today?
I'm going to start.
Okay,
And
very good. And approximately how much time does your team need, Mr. Poirier?
I don't think we'll need any more than 20 minutes, Chair Schwartz.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Why don't you go ahead and proceed?
All right, thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chair Schwartz, members of the Planning Commission. I'm Joe Poirier, as she said, the City of Santa Barbara Fire Marshal. And with me today, not only Amber Anderson, who's our project coordinator, project manager and wildland coordinator, and Julia, but also Rosie Dicey, Jessica Kinahan, and Scott Eckhart from DUDEC. And although there's only three of us presenting this program today, all of us will be available for comments and questions as to the adequacy of the EIR. And as you were saying, we're here to present the draft EIR. As you remember, we came to you on July 16th of 2020 with a notice of preparation and a scoping hearing, telling you about our intent to create the programmatic environmental impact report for the Community Wildfire Protection Plan. So today we're here to receive comments from the commission and comments from public and members and stakeholders. So this is an important part of the process for an EIR in the city and in keeping with the guidelines of the California Environmental Quality Act. If I could ask Mr. Bolden to change slides. So in 2004, the 2004 Wildland Fire Plan, which you're all familiar with, that also had a PEIR. That is still in place. Both the plan and the PEIR are still in place. What we did is examine that plan as part of this EIR. And basically we applied rules of what has changed and an improved understanding of what the risks are. As you know, California continues to have record-breaking fire years. Generally, it's believed that climate change plays a role in that, encroaching neighborhoods into wildland areas, et cetera. But fires are burning in neighborhoods that previously we viewed as lower risk, even though they were located adjacent to high fire hazard areas. And that's statewide. Combination of vegetation, drought, and structure-to-structure ignition has played a role in our thinking on that. This PEIR and accompanying CWPP gives us the opportunity both to plan for future fires while having a guiding document to protect the environment while we do that mitigation work. Next slide, please. So how do we do that? Well, first of all, we started with field assessments. We go out and look. It's a boots on the ground kind of thing. We go through the jurisdiction with our consultant, Scott Eckhart. Make note of current wildland vegetation, city assets, commercial assets, residential assets that are in the zone and at risk for fire. It's reduced to GIS, then fire behavior modeling is applied, collect and compile sample data, review our existing plan, and then we compare the two. It results in action items. And some of these action items include modifications to the high fire hazard area. And beside, as an aside here, and I'll get to this a little bit later in the presentation, we also are getting away from saying things like high fire hazard area, because that's not the technical name of the zones anymore, but I'll address that later. Another one of the modifications or additions to the VMUs, what we call the VMUs. A VMU is a vegetation management unit. What that is a geographically described area that shows a place where we intend to do work in the future. There are several VMUs in the existing zone and in the new CWPP. But what we do is basically we set those up geographically so that the PEIR can look at them, and considering the techniques and tools that are available to us to conduct our fire mitigation, the PEIR looks at what might be the environmental hazards and how can we mitigate them. But here's the thing, in describing the types of work we want to do, we always have to keep our mind on what are the objectives of the plan in the first place. Basically, they are to develop a comprehensive plan to mitigate wildland fire risks in the city, engage stakeholders, inform and educate stakeholders, consolidate and rename the zones, to plan future vegetation management activities and road clearance and the other things that we do in the area. Balance fire mitigation against the city's need for a vibrant economy, protecting natural resources. We provide a basic for grant seeking because the described area and what we're going to do gives us that opportunity, and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. It's one thing to consider that wildland fires alone produce an enormous amount of greenhouse gas pollution. So by reducing the amount of vegetation that is available to burn, we take away a lot of that pollution, not just from burning vegetation, but also from the structures that would be burning that vegetation threatens. And to provide a policy framework for future, everything from code requirements to you name it. And of course, if I didn't mention it, all of this dovetails with our partners locally. Our local jurisdictions like Santa Barbara County, Montecito, Summerlin Fire Protection District, and the U.S. Forest Service, because we have similar objectives, and we all want to make sure that they dovetail. I'm going to hand it over to Amber now to update you on what we've been doing and where we stand and how the public outreach has been going.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. Our public outreach started well over a year ago when we first received the grant, which is under direction of CAL FIRE and funded by CAL FIRE. The work we've had over the last year to ensure that we have successful public outreach and engagement has been no small task, given the change with COVID that we've all seen. Our public outreach has addressed everything from community workshops and webinars to sending out newsprint, postcards, doing radio and TV interviews, putting inserts in utility billing and social media. So we've tried to cover every aspect when it comes to successfully engaging our community in the CWPP plan. The number one place that we have still for the public to get information is our project website, and you'll see that address up on your screen right now. That's the go-to place for the public to go to get any information with the project, to subscribe, to register, to receive alerts as they are made available. And it's also the location that the public can go to comment on a number of our documents, such as the draft CWPP, the initial study, and currently our draft PEIR document. So that has all led us to where we're at today. And Timmy, if I can get you to go to the next slide. And this is where we're at today. This is a timeline of the project going back last year in 2019 when we were awarded the grant, with the conclusion being in March of 2021. So you can see we've crossed that halfway point. The early stages of the project were a heavy lift on the community engagement. We hosted a community workshop in person and transitioned our second community workshop to an online webinar due to early COVID-19 restrictions. We took the feedback and the concerns of the public that we received at both of those events and drafted our initial CWPP. We put that out for public commenting, and when we received public commenting, we issued a revised draft CWPP, and that happened towards the end of June. Having that revised draft CWPP is what kicked off the acronym PEIR process that we're in the middle of now. And that process started in July. And for an in-depth look, Timmy, I'll have you go to the next slide. So this is really the overview of where we stand now once we have that revised draft CWPP and the PEIR process started. That kicked off in July with the issuing of the notice of preparation and the initial study. That went out for public commenting. Again, we used our website to disseminate information. We sent out postcards to existing high fire hazard area parcels, as well as those proposed high fire hazard area parcels that were identified in the CWPP. We did news and radio advertisements, and again, hit social media, which I should mention includes Facebook and Instagram and Twitter and Nextdoor for all of Santa Barbara. Additionally, back in July is when we met here last time for our scoping hearing. Once we received all of the commenting and the draft or the direction back from the commission on what they want to have or like to see us cover in the draft PEIR, consultant teams and city staff went back and did a lot of hard work, and late September 28th, we released our draft PEIR for public commenting. That review period is 45 days. We're nearing the end of it. All of the comments and the feedback that we received during this 45-day comment period concludes on November 13th. So that's next Friday. We're going to take the comments that we received, we will catalog them, and they will be specifically identified in that final PEIR, which we will bring back to you, the commission, just after the first of the year. If we continue to be on track with our timeframes like we are, we're expected to be back here in February. We'll present that final PEIR to you for certification along with the CWPP for approval before taking it to City Council in March of 2021 for the successful completion of our CWPP to allow us to move forward with the implementation of our new projects. So a good question would be, why do we need an EIR for the CWPP? And I'm going to hand and toss the baton over to Julia Peugeot with City Planning to cover the EIR process within our CWPP.
Thank you, Amber. My name is Julia Peugeot. I'm the City Environmental Analyst. Hello, Chair Schwartz and members of the Planning Commission and members of the public listening in. As Amber mentioned, this is the second opportunity that the public has had to be a part of the EIR process, and there have been previous other outreach opportunities leading up to that. And as part of that, we've gotten a number of comments so far on the draft PEIR. And a few of them have touched on questions regarding to the EIR process, the scope and content of an EIR and financial considerations, and some differences between a project versus program level of analysis. And so today we've included a few slides to go over the EIR process in general and how this fits in. So what is the purpose of an EIR? An EIR is the heart of CEQA, and CEQA is the cornerstone of environmental policy in the state of California. An EIR and CEQA is really the best tool that agencies have to encourage projects to adopt projects or to adopt projects that minimize impacts to the environment. An EIR is the most rigorous form of environmental review under CEQA, and the CEQA statute and guidelines, which are dictated by the state, dictate the contents and the process for EIRs. And EIRs at the heart of it are really a disclosure document. They identify the significant impacts that a program or project may have, and they identify ways that a project can be modified to reduce those environmental impacts or to avoid them. They also identify potential alternatives. So the intent of an EIR is really to focus on the environmental issues. Within CEQA, We're looking for significant impacts, which are defined as substantial adverse changes to physical conditions which exist in an area affected by the project. Physical conditions being impacts to natural resources such as air quality, biological resources, water quality, and also human resources such as housing and utilities. In the CEQA guidelines, economic and social changes resulting from a project are not treated as significant impacts. They may be important factors when considering whether to approve or modify or deny a project. In the EIR, the emphasis is on environmental factors. An EIR does not require technical perfection, but rather adequacy, completeness, and good faith effort of full disclosure. And so what that means, particularly for a program as large as the CWPP, is that rather than getting into the minutia and detail of every potential impact, what we're looking to do is to describe the magnitude of impacts, to identify the impacts and their extent, and also to identify appropriate mitigation measures that would reduce those impacts. Next slide, please. So to get to it, the legislative intent of CEQA is to inform decision makers and the public of potential significant environmental effects. And really what that means is that decision makers should consider the environmental effects of a project when deciding whether or not to adopt or approve a project. And if there's a version of the project where that would substantially lessen environmental effects, either through mitigation measures or being an alternative, the agency should adopt or approve that version of the project. Operative words being should and feasible. There may be other factors and considerations, economic, social, legal, technological, that may prevent an agency from doing that. But that is the intent, for an agency to consider those impacts and to, when possible or feasible, modify a program or project to lessen those effects. Next slide, please. So why a PEIR? The P standing for program. Program EIR is one type of many types of EIRs. And unlike a project EIR, which is site-specific, may be a building construction site, a program EIR generally is appropriate for a large project area, such as the CWPP, which covers a majority of the city. It includes a series of actions that are covered by the program, and the program can go on for a duration of time. With a program such as the CWPP, there's a number of variables and factors that are still unknown at this time. And so with that, under a programmatic analysis, assumptions need to be made about what conditions will be like with implementation of a program. Some of those conditions are not certain. So for example, with the CWPP, we can't know for sure what type of development will be approved or when it will be approved. We don't know for certain what wildfire conditions will be like in the future, but we can make pretty educated assumptions, and that's what's used. And those assumptions then turn into what can we reasonably and foreseeably see as an impact, and what might the range of those impacts be. It's not certain that those impacts will come to pass, but they are certainly a possibility. A program environmental impact report also identifies mitigation measures, and those mitigation measures are often programmatic in nature. Some of the ones inside the PEIR include areas where further study might be appropriate. So for example, prior to certain activities for management of the vegetation management areas, that might include a vegetation thinning. Subsequent environmental study may be appropriate, such as biological resource studies or pre-construction surveys prior to conducting those activities. And so a program EIR is meant to also be tiered from if further CEQA review is needed for a particular action, it can be tiered from. And it also outlines a process for where site-specific impacts may not be known. There's a process such as pre-construction surveys or surveys by qualified biologists to identify site-specific impacts. So the EIR identifies those impacts, proposes mitigation measures, and is the CEQA document for the CWPP. Next slide. The CWPP programmatic EIR covers these resource areas. These resource areas are a result of what was previously screened from the initial study. And so air quality, biological resources, geology and soils, hazards and hazard materials, hydrology, transportation, utilities, and wildfire. These are resources that have potentially significant impacts. The CWPP programmatic EIR was able to identify mitigation measures to reduce most of the impacts to a less than significant level. A lot of these impacts are related to methods for vegetation management units, including vegetation thinning or defensible space or prescribed burns. And the mitigation measures that were identified were able to minimize impacts to quite a number of resource areas. However, the EIR does also identify that there are some significant unavoidable impacts, particularly cumulative impacts for aesthetics, biological resources, and air quality. So for further detail, we encourage everyone to go to the link that Amber was sharing on the CWPP website and review the draft programmatic EIR. And if you feel so inclined, we encourage and welcome comments. And how to comment will be presented at the end of this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. Next slide, please. If I could go back to the naming convention for a minute, and this is just for clarification. With this CWPP, we're getting away from the 2004 language of high fire hazard area as a designation. We're also leaving behind our old naming conventions of the foothill, extreme foothill, coastal and coastal interior zones. The latter, coastal and coastal interior, are now the high fire hazard severity zones. And the foothill and extreme foothill are now the very high fire hazard severity zones. We didn't make these up. They are CAL FIRE designations. And what we're trying to do is just get our nomenclature so that it matches the way CAL FIRE already describes these. I think CAL FIRE has been calling them these particular designations since about 2011. Next slide, please. Oh, and by the way, they don't really affect the anything about the zones. I mean, they're the same as when they were the extreme foothill and foothill. It's just a name. Boundary changes. The slide that you see before you pretty much says it. There were some concerns expressed in the scoping hearing about the parcels that were either added to the very high fire hazard severity zone or the high fire hazard severity zones. And those were added based on fire modeling, based on all of the data that we took in the study as we were creating the CWPP. And that could add, responsibilities to residents who now find themselves in a high fire hazard area. And those things would be like the requirement to do defensible space and so forth. And new construction would be required to have high fire construction requirements. So those do have that kind of impact. The PEIR analyzed, because the commission wanted to look at this a little further, we analyzed a couple of alternatives in the alternatives section, and they're in your staff report. I'm sure you've seen them. And one of them is called the VMU alternative. The VMU alternative, basically what it does is it returns the boundaries to the old boundaries, but it doesn't decrease the number of VMUs that we're proposing. The VMUs are all still in place within the CWPP area. So that's and that's generally considered to be environmentally superior. But this is an important point. I went over the objectives of the CWPP when I first started out, and the VMU alternative and the no project alternative, which would also be just returning it back to the 2004 plan, don't accomplish the current objectives of the CWPP. So it's important to keep that in mind, that what we're trying to do here is accomplish what the modeling and the data tells us that we need to be looking at. Next slide, please. Also, it came up as a result of that. There were questions relating to insurance. We went back and incidentally, we added these to the PEIR and we added these comments to the staff report. In the insurance, the best source of information that we have was the state. There's a state insurance board. And related to the zone expansion, there was a concern over rate increases. And we found that it's difficult to quantify. And the reason is because insurance companies basically conduct their own risk analysis. They don't really pay that much attention to what we're doing. And it's not bound to local high fire hazard severity zone designations. They do their own analysis of those zones anyway. We find that oftentimes if we call for defensible space that requires, X, that an insurance company, a homeowner's insurance company, will come in and require something that's more stringent than what we required. That happens from time to time. Anyway, there is a insurance discussion added to sections 1.5 and 4.11 of the PEIR. Next slide, please. And the Planning Commission also asked that we look at population and housing. Now, in the notice of preparation, there was no population and housing section proposed. So we went back and added that. And as you can see on this slide, the first bullet says high fire hazard area. And there I go again. We're going to get away from that designation, but just for the sake of this slide, the population and housing section, although it wasn't included in the section in the NOP, it is now in section 4.11 of the PEIR. It examines introduction of unplanned growth, displacement of people or housing, and basically it found that there was no significant impact. It amended the zoning ordinance. I'm sorry, the zoning ordinance that we talked about when in the scoping hearing. I think we brushed on it a little bit because the concept of ADUs always comes up when we talk about population and housing. And Rosie Dicey has been working very hard, as you know, on the new amended zoning ordinance. And that's scheduled for adoption by City Council coming up. They passed the introduction and it's going on consent next month. So, or actually later this month. And the new zoning amendment does not prohibit ADUs in the high fire hazard area. So basically, ADUs in the high fire hazard area have no effect on each other. Next slide, please. So right now we're sort of at the end or nearing the end of the 45-day public comment period, which goes from September 28th to November 13th. And the public comments, as Julia was saying, will become part of the public record and will be forwarded to decision makers in the PIR process. We'll record, evaluate the comments on environmental issues and the draft PIR during the public comment period, and we'll prepare written responses. The responses to the comments received during the public period will be provided within the final PIR following the close of the public review period. Next slide, please. And Julie also alluded to this slide. This is how to comment. Email cwpp@santabarbaraca.gov, or you can mail the City of Santa Barbara Fire Department, 925 Paula Street. And as I said, we are closing in on the end of the comment period. The end is actually November 13th. So if you want to get your comments in, now would be a good time to do that. Next slide, please. And this is just a reminder of where to find the information regarding both the CWPP and the EIR. I'd like to thank you for your attention today and your consideration of this. And we're now available as a group to hear comments or answer any questions that you may have. Chair Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Poirier, Ms. Anderson, and Ms. Peugeot. Before we come back to the commission for questions, a couple of things. First, I'm going to ask Ms. Kokinda if we have any members of the public who would like to speak to the commission on this item. So, Mr. Poirier, if you could, for a moment, just turn off your webcam. And if we do have members of the public speaking to us, I'm going to ask that the commissioners please turn on their webcam so that the public is speaking to all of us. Thank you. Ms.
Thank you, Madam
Kokinda?
Chair. And in the meantime, I have 4 people who've raised their hands, but if you wish to speak on this particular item, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon, and it will indicate to me that you wish to speak. You only need to click the hand one time, and a raised hand is indicated by a red arrow pointing down. I'm going to start with Bob Hart. Mr. Hart, I've just unmuted you. If you could please unmute yourself. You have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
All right, thank you very much. I'm Bob Hart. I'm the Association Executive for the Santa Barbara Association of Realtors, and I'm a resident of the Bel Air Knolls area. I spoke to you at your scoping hearing, and I'm very happy. I want to say thank you to Joe and Amber for giving alternatives for the boundaries and things of that sort, and looking into the property issues. I appreciate all of you giving your feedback too, to make sure we got the property issues looked at on here. I still have a concern though that in the primary document, we do include Bel Air Knolls and Vista del Campo areas like that within the high fire hazard severity zone. Hopefully I got that one right. We've had this home for 27 years. We've never been evacuated. I've looked at the fire history maps. There's nothing that shows that we should be in there. There's concern about, we have oak forest below us, and it's their own reports are showing that the fire doesn't typically spread through oaks. My concern is a couple things, and they've addressed the insurance already, spoke about that. But I was told recently that there is an additional assessment on the property taxes if you're in a high fire zone. So I don't know if that's true or not. So if you could ask that question, I'd sure appreciate that to find out. Because if that's the case, all these areas that are being added so that we can generate more revenue, but it's not necessarily, it's gonna be on the backs of people that aren't really in a high fire zone. So I'm just not sure if that's true. I also want to look at the fact that the property values on the homes can be diminished. It's not just the cost of the insurance, but there was a recent case where one of our members was selling a house in Montecito. The buyer was excited to buy this home. And then when the disclosures came out, they said it was in a high fire zone, and the buyer immediately backed out and says, I will not buy a house in a high fire zone. That affects real property values and can cost people hundreds of thousands of dollars in value. And I see I'm out of time, so in summary, I want to applaud the efforts to make our community safer. I am not against fire safety, but I just want to make sure that the changes the damage done by changes don't outweigh the benefit to the homeowners. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hart.
And next I'm going to call on John Abram Powell. Mr. Powell, I've just unmuted you. If you could please unmute yourself by clicking on the microphone icon. It looks like your microphone's live. You have 2 minutes whenever you're ready, please.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. I want to thank the representatives of the fire department for an excellent presentation. And I just wanted to express some concerns in regard to the expansion of the high fire severity zones, particularly in the coastal and coastal interior areas. I think the first thing is I have a question about the assumptions used on their fire modeling, and that is a question about the lack of structure to structure fire spread in those assumptions. And especially when we're talking about Bel Air Knolls, which is kind of high density residential suburban kind of development. I think that fire modeling might be inaccurate. The next thing is, Mr. Fire Marshal Poirier, I hope I said that right. His assessment of the ADU effects, the new ordinance that's proposed this fall does have a different set of ADU allowances for people in the high fire and very high fire severity zones as opposed to regular or the non-fire hazard designated zones. So I have a question about whether or not that was accurate. I'm not sure that it was, but my reading was a little different of the proposed ordinance. And then I think most importantly is to consider the insurance effects. We're in the midst of a statewide and Western statewide insurance non-renewal epidemic. And this non-renewal is primarily focusing on areas that are in the high and very high fire hazard severity zones. And I wonder what effect that could have on these areas, their property values and their insurability moving forward. And finally, could we not apply the vegetation management rules and the building codes to these areas under a different nomenclature that might be more protective in regard to their access to ADUs and also potentially down the road insurance? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Powell.
All right, next I'm going to call on Lisa Burns. And then after Lisa Burns, the last hand raise I see is Miriam Lindbeck. So Ms. Burns, I've just unmuted you. It looks like your microphone is live. You have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you, commissioners. Good afternoon. I'm Lisa Knox Burns, and I am a member of the Upper East Association, but I am not speaking for the association, but I have been working with neighbors who live along Mission Creek. There's been a 1,000-foot, basically, I would have to say a rule of thumb that all houses there within the 1,000 feet of Mission Creek are going to be designated within, I'm not quite sure what the exact terminology is, but let's just for shorthand say high fire hazard area. One particular cul-de-sac, which is Constance Lane, is very well planned in terms of fire retardant materials. And they're it's kind of unfair, I think, to include them in this because they're well protected. And they're working very closely with the neighbors on El Bernardo and also Miradera Lane as far as access to Mission Creek. And my concern with doing a programmatic EIR is that it seems to me that more impediments to remove some of the debris that's accumulated along Mission Creek, particularly within the flood control area, which is county and the county flood control, and it's becoming more balled up in regulations rather than expedited to actually do some actual clean out of that. So I would like to see more of an action plan identifying agencies responsible, where the funding's coming from, and a timeline for removal of some of that, especially eucalyptus debris that's accumulating in Mission Creek. And we're happy to work with you. We want to see this more of an action plan rather than kind of an academic study that the program EIR seems to be in terms of which studies are need to be done when and what season, and archaeological and biological. Let's see some real action and help us with our fire danger from Mission Canyon. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burns.
And Miriam Lindbeck. Ms. Lindbeck, I've just unmuted you. It looks like your microphone's live. You have 2 minutes when you're ready, please.
Good afternoon, Planning Commissioners. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak on such a vital topic today. I am the president of the SIG Technology for Santa Barbara County Association, and I would like to add our consideration on the impact of close proximity wireless telecom facilities and their co-locations. And due to the deployment of advanced technologies in the new network, also known as 5G, substantial power is required to upload and download the data these highly modulated frequencies will carry. And with that is associated high wattage, and with high wattage, there's heat. And the cooling systems on these cell towers are known to fail, and particularly if co-location is on the heavy side, those equipment pieces will also fail. and they're vulnerable to spontaneous combustion, high winds, heavy rains, lightning strikes, arcing if near power lines, and vehicular collisions can cause them to explode. If the wireless is allowed to proliferate as telecom envisions, it will pepper our residential streets, school areas, parks, and playgrounds, and with towers every 8 to 12 homes or every 1,000 feet. So beyond defensible space, we would like to suggest that we keep these cell towers out of residential areas of all fire hazard zones, except in specific locations where first responders have their stations, as the existing 4G macro towers will supply everything consumers need for their internet and communication capabilities. And we're also asking for the possibility of an automated remote cutoff switch on each telecommunications facility, and cutoff switches available for firefighters, automatic fire notification and extinguishing systems improved by the fire chief or the specialist, continued monitoring fire retardant materials to be used throughout the wireless equipment, oversight authority with our fire prevention department and the handling of any fire investigations. We think that the proliferation of these close proximity cell towers are a definite fire hazard, and they would need to be included in the overall addition of fire hazards. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Ms. Limbeck.
And Madam Chair, that is the last person that's raised their hand at this moment. I would like to ask Ms. Rydell if we received any written correspondence, and I'll wait to see if any more hands go up. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen, and to the chair. We did receive one letter of written correspondence that was distributed to the commission prior to this hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
Back
Rydell.
to you, Madam Chair. That's it.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So it's back to the commission, and I also would like to let the commission know, in addition to the fire department and consultant representatives we have available to us today, Mr. Dan Henschke from the city attorney's office, sitting in for Ms. Ostranger, is available for any legal related questions. And I know he's been offline, but I know from having done his tech test earlier today, there he is, that he's available. Welcome, Mr. Henschke.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, members of the commission. I'm happy to be here.
Very good. Okay, so it's back to the commission. Again, you know, we have a wide variety of representatives available to us today for all of our questions. Who would like to start the question period? Commissioner Higgins?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So a couple just out of the gate, and I may circle back with some more, but maybe staff could address the combustibility of the small cells attached to utility poles. Is that really documented? My understanding of the utility poles is that they're not necessarily directly related to the small cell attachments, rather just antiquated electrical wires. Do you have any studies or reaction to that?
Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Higgins, I'm not aware of any studies. There may be some, and we can research that. But any infrastructure that's built within the city would be subject to a safety review, either by us or by Edison or whoever is in charge of the pole. Some of these sites may actually be physical small structures. So we would have to see what's proposed before we could actually evaluate it. But of course, anytime you have infrastructure placed in an area, there are potentials with infrastructure failure. We have that with Edison lines, for example.
Yeah. So okay. It just, having worked in that industry a little bit, I know that fire agencies will need to utilize broadband in their response now. It's not like it's like analog radio for dispatching is a kind of a thing of the past. It's now all digital, tablet driven, with much higher precise levels of sort of detection and then coordination with other agencies or personnel. So sort of double-edged sword, I guess. But it doesn't sound like there's much in the way of studies specifically to the microcell or the small cell attachments. So another different question for you is, how does this puzzle piece fit into the other agencies nearby? So I look at the maps and I see we've got, fire doesn't follow political boundaries. And I know there are some, have been other efforts by the county, and I'm assuming Montecito as well, to do these programs. Is this fitting into the overall regional puzzle? And also, what can you say about that generally? And then how is our document different? I know we do things differently in the city, but everybody's doing these and they ought to be somewhat templatized. Are we doing something different in terms of our CEQA analysis too, compared to the other agencies?
Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Higgins, everybody does something slightly different, but we're all pretty much in the same ballpark. I'll give you an example. The county relies, because they have what we call SRA zones, which are state responsibility areas within the county, within their jurisdiction. They rely heavily on a PEIR that was written by CAL FIRE and was approved last year. So they will take that. They have the benefit of taking that PIR and applying it to their program. But I would like, we do a great deal of contact with our surrounding neighbors. And I'd like to bring Amber back in for a minute because that's basically her job. She can coordinate our activities with the activities of our neighbors. And Amber, if you could speak to that, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, you're right, Joe. And there are a lot of similarities between the jurisdictions. Like you had said, we're all governed to uphold any of our project work to CEQA requirements, which require us to have an EIR. What does make us a little bit different than our neighboring jurisdictions is while you do have county fire that uses the Cal VTP, Cal VTP is their overarching PIR for the entire state. What Montecito did in their recent adoption of their CWPP is they opted not to do an EIR at the time of adoption of their CWPP. They're choosing to do one on a project specific level. So when they go to do a project, then they'll go through the EIR process. We looked at this and decided it's best for us if we do an overarching program EIR right now, and then as we get into project work specifically, we can go out and do site-specific biological evaluations. And with that, I'm talking specifically to vegetation management projects that, of course, will need that biological evaluation done prior to any groundbreaking work being performed. The same thing with Montecito is true in Carpinteria. In fact, Carpinteria also has a CWPP grant under the same funding source with CAL FIRE that we do, and they are not doing an EIR at this time. They're choosing to wait to see what the results of their CWPP are, where their project work will happen, and prior to groundbreaking work, then they'll go through the EIR process. But we're all required to uphold to CEQA standards. So they're all relatively the same, but they're all going to be just slightly different. Our approaches will be slightly different. But like Joe had mentioned, we do work in close coordination. And one exciting thing is that the County Fire Marshal, Rob Hazard, right now is aggressively pursuing the possibility of doing a front country CWPP. So taking the CWPPs from all of our organizations, our jurisdictions, and putting them into one and really formally linking them and saying, this is what we can do in the front country, particularly as you all know, one of our biggest threats is that open band of vegetation that runs up the Camino Cielo that's primarily occupied by federal jurisdiction through the Forest Service. So we really have come to understand that it's not a one jurisdiction problem. We all need to work together. And since we're all so similar, we'll be most effective if we can make that happen. So this is one of the last little balls that need to get rolling for that to happen, because Carpinteria CWPP is relatively old and so is ours. But County, San Marcos, and Montecito all have relatively new CWPPs. as well as County Fire just successfully got a grant for the Gaviota Coast, which is pretty much Goleta East. So after those 3 are done, we can incorporate them all into one large CWPP, and we'll be working on that moving forward with the approval of this project.
Thank you. That was a very comprehensive response. And I know it's, as long as we all get there, it doesn't necessarily matter how, but it does sound like we have, you know, at the state level, a PEIR, and then at the end of the day, you have to do something on the ground, you know, before you do your project work. But we have a city level PEIR as well. So that was kind of my question, but you answered it in terms of how many layers of CEQA are we really seeing everybody jump through in the region? And and I'm not being critical that we're you know, adding that layer. It's really actually a pretty impressive document and read, and it does the job in terms of disclosure. But that's just a comment, not a question, Madam Chair. I'll let somebody else take it with questions. Thank you.
Okay, very good, Commissioner Higgins. Commissioner Wiscom, questions, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to, first of all, I wanted to go to in the PEIR 4.11-8, so it's on page 8, and this is where in the third paragraph, the second full paragraph under limitation on new housing, it talks about the ADUs in the foothill and extreme foothill area. And I just
Commissioner
want to—
Wiscom, could we see if staff could pull that up? Is that possible, staff, to have that on the screen, please, while Commissioner Wiscom is querying the applicants about that, please?
Well, it says at present, the city's urgency ordinance restricts development of ADUs within the foothill and extreme foothill areas proposed for the VHFHSZ, the very high fire hazard severity areas. So for consistency with state law, the city's amended ADU ordinance is required to allow several specific types of ADUs. I don't want to read the whole thing, but I just want to make sure that you have considered the ordinance that has gone before City Council and with the disallowance of standard ADUs in the newly formed very high fire hazard severity zone when you update this, and you will do that, is that correct?
Ms. Deisty, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the commission. It sounds like it might have been a question more for Mr. Poirier than myself, but it sounds like you want to make sure when the EIR is finalized, we will have the most up-to-date information about the adopted ADU ordinance.
Yes, that's exactly my question. And actually, I did look at the language for the proposed ordinance, and you do reference the very high fire hazard severity zone in that ordinance, in addition to the foothill and extreme foothill. So that change has been made in the ordinance, but this particular section needs to be updated to reflect that, because I don't know, Ms. Dicey, when that's actually going to be read before council. I think the date was October 15th that I saw on the draft ordinance. So, if I, Mr.
Madam
Poirier,
Chair, members of the commission, just to clarify, the final ADU ordinance is going to City Council on November 10th.
Okay. So we need to update that section of that. We received a very lengthy letter from the Santa Barbara Audubon Society, and I wrote out a list of questions, some of which I would like to address. But before I do that, I wanted to go to Mr. Powell's comment about insurance and having a non-renewal epidemic here. And if you go to that same page, which is 4.11-8, this is under the population and housing section. It does note there that in the event that a consumer would like to file a complaint because of unfair insurance practices, the CDI can be reached, and then it gives the phone number. The CDI notes on their website that there has been an increase in non-renewals and that the residential insurance is getting harder to find in any area that insurers identify as having a higher than average risk of wildfire. So that's more of a comment, but Mr. Powell may want to pursue that. And I think that that has been addressed in this PEIR adequately. And then I'm just going to go on to, so in this Audubon letter that we received, that's 5 pages long and really goes into a lot of detail, Mr. Poirier, the responses to all of the comments that they made will be addressed in the final PEIR. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioner Wiscombe. If there's anything specific that you want to discuss right now, we do have Julia and Jessica, who are both CEQA experts.
Yes, I'll bring up a couple of the questions. I actually I went through the letter in great detail and wrote down all the questions, but since they're going to be adequately addressed, I'll just highlight a few of them. One of the most interesting questions they asked was, this is their letter on page 3, if the commissioners have it in front of them, and that's in the first paragraph. This asks for criteria, process, and personnel to determine feasibility. So they're really asking us to define feasibility, and I'm wondering if it's possible I was thinking about it, is it possible to define feasibility in some of these projects, that feasibility is considered in the context of protection of human health, safety, and welfare? And that might adequately address, so that, if a project is feasible, that it has protected that. If it's infeasible or may not be feasible, it's because that's in question. So I'm wondering what your response to that is.
That's a good question, and I'll ask Julia to come back on for a moment and maybe address that. I think that that may be one of those comments, as I read the Audubon letter, that may be too wide ranging for a PEIR, but I'll let Julia take this question.
Sure. I do not have the Audubon letter in front of me right now, but in general, when we talk about feasibility, we are talking about legal feasibility, economic feasibility, technological feasibility. Safety can definitely be a factor. And in EIRs, mitigation is proposed, and it's usually comes to the CEQA finding stage, which is after the final EIR, to identify whether those mitigation measures are feasible. And so a feasibility analysis is usually conducted at the final EIR stage when the project goes to final EIR certification.
Okay, so the letter is asking it for describe the criteria, process, and personnel for determining feasibility. So perhaps something about that could be included?
Yes, definitely. When we prepare comment responses and the final EIR, we can take a look at that and prepare a response.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay. Okay, and they also made a request that, and it's getting very specific, this is on page 3, paragraph 2, request that the MM-BIO2 be reworded to accommodate a nesting period of beginning in January to accommodate raptors and standardizes nest avoidance buffers to 300 feet for passerines and 500 feet for raptors. Do you want to hear these kind of comments, these kind of questions now, or would you prefer that you look at them individually and address them?
Commissioner Wiscombe, I think that the intent right now is, since a lot of questions come in that are specific to, say, biology, or we could get comments from stakeholders that even include air quality, things that are outside, of course, the fire department's ability to address. But all of these comments are going into the queue, and the appropriate experts will be addressing them in writing, and they'll be included, and they'll be answered in writing as to whether, they can be accommodated in the PEIR. So, but we want to make sure, and I would be speaking out of turn if I talked about raptors or anything like that.
Well, so would I, but.
But they will be addressed by people who know what they're talking about, and they'll be addressed in writing.
Okay. And my only other question then, I'm just going to leave this rather lengthy list of questions from their letter because it was, it is, most of them are very pinpointed to certain areas, but they did make one comment, and it's on page 3 in paragraph 6 of their letter. It says that the PEIR inventory of native plant and wildlife is incomplete. And so I was wondering, what are the sources of information provided in the PEIR? And do you feel that the inventory is a thorough evaluation for purposes of this document? On page 4.3-2, it says communities and land covers were mapped very generally. So I would just, I think this is an important issue to address in this hearing in terms of sources of information.
I see Jessica Kinahan just popped in.
From DUDEC.
Good afternoon, commissioners. It's a pleasure to see you all again. Thank you for your diligence and your comments on our program EIR. And as always, welcome your feedback. And if I may, just always acknowledge your very talented staff who have been such a pleasure to work with through this process. So I will also freely admit my area of expertise is not biology. We have a team of biologists at DUDEC that were engaged in preparing this section. With that said, what I can tell you is that the biological analysis was based upon multiple different sources. So in looking at federal U.S. Fish and Wildlife maps, data sets, California Natural Diversity Database, so that's a state managed database, CNDDB, you may have heard it referred to. For areas in the coastal zone, we were looking at coastal maps. We looked at the city master environmental assessment and inventory. DUDEC, having done work in the city for a long time, also has certain things that are available internally to us that we were able to analyze. We've got on-hand knowledge from multiple site visits at various locations throughout the city. And then as needed, if we needed to go spot check a particular location to look at the overall habitat in a particular area, we were also able to do that. So again, it's a culmination of multiple sources. With that, I would add again that this is a programmatic level EIR. So as Ms. Peugeot had mentioned earlier, we are looking at it at a level where we can get a good handle on particular resources in a certain area, but as outlined in the project description in the EIR and also as described in the CWPP itself, there's a robust series of measures that would occur before any action happens by the fire department. So a survey would occur in the event that the survey revealed that there was, for example, a bird nest, which the Audubon letter was incredibly thorough in many of their comments. In the event that we did find a bird nest, those measures that would be applicable to that particular bird nest would be applied during that time. So if it was a raptor nest, for example, appropriate setbacks would be applied, appropriate construction timeframes would be applied. So all of those are going to be looked at on a project specific basis. And frankly, because the time frame of the CWPP starts now and may go potentially, 5-10 years in the future, while I understand and appreciate the feedback of the Audubon Society, my concern would be that if you are only looking at the world today, you're going to miss something 5, 6, 10 years down the road where that project-specific analysis really needs to happen. So the PEIR sets forth the framework from a biological standpoint, and again, it would be looked at on a site-specific basis through that analysis done by a biologist. So hopefully that answered your question, and I'm happy to expand on that at all.
Very, very thoroughly answered my question. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. And I think that's probably all I have for now. Bear with me 1 minute. Yeah, I think I might have more questions later, but that's all I have for now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe. Who would like to go next with questions? And again, if you have follow-on questions, Commissioner Reed, we can always circle back. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Reed, you're up next. Are you with us on audio?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. So I'm looking through the executive summary. And my first clarifying question would be in the summary of project impact. So it's 1.4 to 1.6. And I'm probably just missing something here, but for example, I look at the level of significance after mitigation. For each environmental topic, and the first topic, all of the categories under level of significance after mitigation show less than significant impact with mitigation. And so when you look at the cumulative section, I'm scrolling down to it. So for instance, the cumulative aesthetics result in a significant and unavoidable impact. This is on page 1.6. I'm wondering how you get to that, considering all the subcategories were less than significant.
Unless Ms. Peugeot would like to opine on that, I'm happy to respond. I'll take it that she's not jumping on, so I'll hop in. So the analysis in each individual topic area considers the analysis as a project or at a programmatic level. However, when you look across the city over the duration of the life of the CWPP, there is the possibility that, for example, with aesthetics, vegetation may need to be removed in close proximity to, say, a historic structure, and that would affect a public view shed area that's considered significant. Or, for example, if there was areas along a creek that needed to be maintained, and I'm trying to think of down by, for example, near Arroyo Burro Beach and Henry's Beach and whatnot, those areas. When you look at the cumulative total of the potential impacts at a broad level, it is considered cumulatively significant and unavoidable. And perhaps the city attorney's office may want to chime in, but from a CEQA impact call standpoint, generally speaking, when you are looking out over a long-term horizon and contemplating impacts, generally it is a preference, it is the approach that most CEQA practitioners would take, that you will assume the significant unavoidable impact, mitigate to the extent that you can, but disclose that there is a potentially significant impact. And that is generally the most openly disclosing of information. So that's one of the core tenets of CEQA, is that you want to disclose potential impacts and you want to mitigate it to the extent feasible. But if you can't get below a certain level, you make the impact call that is significant and unavoidable. So in the case of aesthetics and in air quality and in biological resources, cumulatively total, there may be a significant impact, and that is why the EIR makes that judgment call.
Okay. Complicated.
It is a little bit, yes.
And then when you get to the last couple categories, I believe it's, again, under the cumulative section for transportation, public services and utilities, possibly wildfire. Well, I mean, my question is, I don't see a cumulative category for those. Can you clarify?
The EIR made a cumulative impact, a significant unavoidable impact for air quality, aesthetics, and biological resources. All other resource areas were determined that with the application of mitigation, even at a cumulative level, impacts would still be less than significant. So that is where only in those particular 3 areas would you reach a level of significance that you can't mitigate to a level below significance. So, and again, I know it's a kind of a strange concept in many respects, but for every other area, wildfire being a great example, through the application of the CWPP, we will be able to reduce wildfire risk within the city to a level that's less than significant with mitigation.
Okay. Okay, the next clarifying question I have, this can be referenced in the staff report, but I'll go to the PEIR document. I'm looking at pages 1 in the executive summary, 133 and 134. And in 133, it states that this would add new VMUs within the consolidated HFHA. And in the following section, following page, it states that this alternative would not reduce wildfire risk. Can you help me understand how, if new VMUs are added, that wildfire risk isn't minimized?
So in this EIR, there is the primary project, which is implementation of the CWPP. And then in accordance with CEQA guidelines and CEQA itself, there is a consideration of alternatives. And CEQA generally requires you to look at the no project alternative, which in this case, baseline would be the 2004 wildland plan. So that was you're essentially where you start from. And then we also considered the vegetation management unit alternative. So effectively what that does is add VMU area maintained by the city within currently designated high fire hazard areas, which would then become high fire hazard severity zones. So the addition of the VMUs under the VMU alternative does get you some of the benefits that are proposed under the CWPP, but it does not get you all of the benefits that the CWPP proposes, because in the modeling and based on the data set from the fire department and their own personal experience, the VMUs that are being included are being done so because they have shown to be areas that with proper vegetation management would significantly reduce fire risk. I see Mr. Poirier on. I didn't know if Mr. Poirier wanted to add anything about the VMU alternative.
I don't think I can add much more to that, other than that the difference again is that the VMUs can be added to the existing zones, but what the CWPP proposes is expanding those zones. And it's the expansion of the zones that we would lose the fire protection in. If we would.
Okay, and in a couple places, let's see, for example, 134, it states that the VMU alternative would only partially meet the objectives set by the fire department. In the staff report, I think this would have been page 7, it states that it still achieves most of the objectives of the project. My question would be, how close does it come to satisfying all the objectives? If you could give a kind of a, what's the percentage of the objectives that this alternative meets?
Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Reed, it's pretty hard to quantify, actually. Maybe Scott Eckhart could chip in on this. As far as the percentages go, you would almost have to look at all of the assets again and all of the acreage that we're adding, and find a way to put a percentage on those specific acres or parcels. So it's I don't really know a hard figure for what percentage we're talking about.
Okay, but because in one statement it says it partially meets, so it's not probably less than 50%, because in the other statement it says that it achieves most of the objectives, so it's probably well over 50%.
And that's a good point. Again, I can't assign percentages to that kind of thing, but I can say that it does, you know, the 2004 plan, the way we have it now, with the existing EIR, accomplishes a great deal. It's been a good plan for us since 2004, and we've used it. But the CWPP examines the way things are right now, and that's where we would lose whatever mitigation measures we're proposing in the new CWPP. And I see Scott just came on, so maybe Scott, you could address this a little better than I can.
Good afternoon, Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Reed. Thanks for your question. I would agree with Mr. Poiret's response. It is a difficult benefit, if you will, to quantify the addition of the new high fire hazard severity zones that are proposed under the CWPP. I think, you know, as was stated, the benefit is real in respect to allowing the fire department to require defensible space, conduct roadside and vegetation management, and enforce, you know, structural hardening requirements for development in these areas. But I do agree that it's difficult to put a quantification on that in terms of percentage of benefit.
Okay, I mean, I was just kind of thinking, like, does it pretty much satisfy all the objectives, come very, very close, or is it pretty far off? If it's negligible, I'm just trying to kind of determine the relevance of this alternative that was being proposed.
I guess a good way to put it, Commissioner Reed, would be significantly off.
Okay.
It's not negligible.
Great. Okay, moving on to just the last couple questions here from the presentation. You touched on the high fire construction requirements. And I was just trying to get an idea, determining how onerous some of these requirements might be. So for example, if a homeowner was remodeling a home and adding square footage, could this requirement trigger high fire upgrades to the entire structure? If you could just kind of break down how that requirement could apply.
Thanks for that question. Generally, no. It would apply to the new construction. The only thing that applies to the entire structure that we have in our code right now is that if you remodel more than 50% of a home, or you add more than 50% of a home, you have to sprinkler the entire home. But that is a separate section from this particular program. So if you were to build, I don't know, an addition to your house of say 1,000 square feet, and you were in the high fire hazard area, that 1,000 square feet would have to be built according to high fire construction standards.
I see. Okay. And then, gentlemen, I believe it was Bob Hart in public comment asked about this additional assessment on property tax in high fire areas. I haven't heard of that. Could you comment on that?
Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Reed, I'm so glad you brought that up because I almost forgot to go back to it. We have an assessment district in what we now call the foothill and extreme foothill zones, but will be the very high fire severity zones. That assessment district is something that we formed it under Prop 218 several years ago. And you have to vote yourself into it. We can't impose it upon you. It's a tax. If, say, all of the members of a coastal zone that just got included into the high fire hazard area, or let's back up and leave the coastal zone out of it for a second, and just say an area that's attached to the current assessment district in the very high fire severity zone were to want to be included in the benefit assessment district, they could vote themselves in, but it's not something that we can impose on them. And when they do vote themselves in, they are charged a tax on their annual tax rolls. Right now it's about $95. And for that, they get certain benefits from the program. But because it's under Prop 218, all of the money that from that tax that those people voluntarily sign up for goes to the measures that help them out with their wildland mitigation. Among them, things like road clearance. You're required by law to clear the roadway in front of your home so that the roadway maintains a certain width and there's distance off the roadway for fire apparatus to pass and so forth. And so that burning vegetation doesn't impinge on vehicles trying to evacuate. When you have that kind of a situation in the assessment district, every couple of years we'll come by and clear the roadway in front of the house for you. We also provide chipping services. We have a lot of our vegetation management units are in that zone. And we will come in and do a vegetation management unit in your area and conduct that work for you. So you do get certain benefits out of being in the zone, but you are not required to be in it, and you don't end up in it automatically just because we're adopting the CWPP.
Very helpful answer. Thank you. Thank you.
Excuse me, Commissioner Reed. I went to get my property tax bill. I'm in a high fire severity zone, and it's $89. And I find it a very beneficial service. Just driving down some of these narrow roads to have the vegetation out of the way is a benefit.
Thank you for that. Chris Braden does a great job with his crews out there.
He does.
And last question, I think a number of commissioners in the previous hearing on the EIR commented on possible economic review as part of the scope of the EIR. And I think there was debate that shouldn't fall under the project EIR, but was this considered? I didn't see any specific economic review. I might have missed it.
Commissioner Reed, again, that's and I think one of Julia's slides touched upon it, but it's a CEQA issue and whether or not economics can be considered, which generally, the bright line is that they can't under those circumstances, but maybe I'll ask Julia to jump back in and expand on that, or Jessica, because again, that's a CEQA issue. Now, beyond CEQA, outside of CEQA, this has to go on to City Council and so forth. And those issues, all of those issues can keep coming up and people can address those things outside of the realm of CEQA. But Julia, if you would expand on those comments.
That's correct, Joe. For CEQA, economic impacts are not how it can be outside of CEQA. The intent document was really better.
Ms. Peugeot, if we could ask you to hold on, you're coming in and out of being audible there. Maybe if you could refresh for a moment, we could perhaps hear you more clearly.
Can you hear me now?
I can.
Okay, I'm not sure when I lost connection, but as Joe said, that economic considerations are not typically a CEQA issue, and the document itself focuses on the environmental and natural resource areas. Economic considerations are definitely a factor that can be considered and deliberated outside of the EIR process.
Okay. Thank you. Chair Schwartz, that's it for now.
Thank you. Who would like to go next with questions? Which commissioner? Commissioner Escobedo, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I just have a few questions. Some of them have already been asked, but Fire Marshal Poirier, you spoke earlier about coordination with local and state jurisdictions and really coordinating this wildfire protection plan with them to make sure everyone's on the same page. What about the federal government and federal agencies? Is there an avenue, is there a vehicle for us to coordinate with them for the land that they own that's adjacent to Santa Barbara?
As a matter of fact, I don't see Amber hopping back on right away, but I can speak for her in this context, in that she is also in close contact with the Forest Service. They are our neighbors, as you know, and you know, the forest can have a great impact on us if a fire starts up there and burns downhill, which is a lot of our most severe fires do. You probably are aware that we keep a Forest Service rig at Station 7. So we have that contact as well. But Amber is in contact with all of our partners in the area, including the federal government.
Fantastic, thank you. Something related to coordination with nearby jurisdictions is in the EIR, the program EIR, there's a section on communication. It's on page 100 of the PDF. It's also labeled 3-42. And in it, it talks about currently we have some dead spots in Santa Barbara, probably mostly due to topography, but that we're little by little switching to an internet-based, internet protocol-based communication system that it sounds like other jurisdictions have already transitioned to. Can you tell us a little bit about how far along are we in converting to this technology, and is it substantially better so we don't have those dead spots?
Currently, it's not substantially better, Commissioner Escobedo, although we are in the planning stages for that, and I kind of wish we had our radio person here to fully flesh this out. But one of the things we're doing is we have now gotten tentative approval to join in with the other local jurisdictions on the Valley Peak repeater. That actually will be located on Santa Cruz Island. And the part of the problem we have here is that some of our canyons are so deep and notched, for instance, Sycamore Canyon, that it's hard for radio signals to get in and out of there. And if you put something out in the channel to reflect back into those zones, that can help with reception all the way around. But you're right, most of the fire service and law enforcement and other communications dependent agencies are going to a more digital-based system. It offers a lot of advantages, including the number of channels. You know, we have our portables right now, our digital portables. They have hundreds more channels available to us than in the old days. Then we used to have like 15 or 20 channels, and that was it. So now we are inching our way along. But of course, these things, particularly when you have built-in infrastructure, take money and time. And so as funding priorities come and go, the fire department will be in there, chipping away at this problem over time.
Sounds great, thank you. And another question that I have that is somewhat related to the issue that you brought up about funding and staff is on page 94 of the PDF. It's also labeled 3-36. There is a table there, and pardon me while I get there as well. There's a table there that talks about staff and equipment estimates annually for some of this vegetation management. And my question is, for this, is this the ideal situation, or do we already have the funding and the staff to accomplish this annually?
trying
Joe, if I may jump in on here,
Yeah, absolutely. I'm trying to pull the page up now, so go ahead.
Yeah, Commissioner Escobedo, where these numbers come is we compiled them to help us in our EIR analysis. And what we did is we looked at the current equipment and the current average annual use that we have for equipment that runs currently for vegetation management and fire mitigation projects. So what we're looking at is any of the weed whips and the chippers, even the trucks to haul that equipment and the crews to any of our vegetation management projects, our road clearance projects, and it's not just fire department specific, it's throughout the city. So we're looking at Parks and Recreation Department when they're doing all of their defensible space around their parks, their fuel treatment and their weed abatement projects. So we compiled what looks to us to be the best estimate of our annual usage for staff and equipment to help drive our air quality resource numbers.
I see. So this generally is what we are doing now, currently across the city.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you so much. And I think just one more question is, Fire Marshal Poirier, when looking at this, how often are we prioritizing what vegetation management projects we are taking on? So is that annually? Is that every couple years?
Chair Schwartz, Commissioner Escobedo, that's a great question. Every year, Amber will sit down, usually with Chris Braden, and try to evaluate a number of different things, what vegetation management projects should be done, as well as what roads should be cleared. You know, we can do about a third of them every year. So, you know, we decide what's the priority, and we'll do it by saying, driving up Las Alturas and saying, okay, this is really bad this year, it's got to be cleared, so we'll go ahead and do it. And I see Amber jump back in. Maybe you want to add to this one too, Amber.
Yeah, that's another great question, and one that we've actually been in communication with several of the homeowners associations that are on the Riviera and Eucalyptus Hill part of our very high fire hazard area severity zones, because they're asking the same questions with regards to priorities for these vegetation management units, because everybody right now really wants to get work done as they've seen the devastation of all of the fires across the state the last couple months. And like Joe alluded to, that priority list was set in place in our 2004 wildland fire plan based on our fire behavior modeling and mapping. So as funding becomes available, which the assessment district that Fire Marshal Poirier and Commissioner Lodge had talked about earlier provides additional funding, we're able to complete more work and chunk through those priority project levels even faster. Just to give you a little bit of back history, because if you look through the projects that we completed with our priority list to date over the last 15 years, it does jump around a little bit. To give you a little bit of back history with that is, as our project areas got going with the assessment district, the WFSAT assessment district, we had both the T fire and the Susita fire come through, and those directly affected a number of our project areas. So it took us to go out in the field and really revalidate those priority levels, and we did make some adjustments. But here we're 10, 13 years down the road, and we're going back and look at those priorities because we know that the vegetation and the fuels have grown back, and we'll change how we're coming back and prioritizing those project areas. So it's really actually great timing for us to do the CWPP, and which is one of the driving factors for us to do it, because we know the city has been affected so much by the T, the Jesucita fire, and the Thomas fire, that those priority levels have definitely shifted, and we want to make sure that we're making the best use of our funding sources out there for our public to keep them safe in the event that we have the next wildfire come in and threaten the city.
Thank
And
you.
I think
Thank you
it
for.
might be,
oh.
if I could just add to that a little bit, not only did the T and Hazazita fires affect our vegetation management areas, but the reverse happened as well. We had a significant amount of vegetation management in a project that Amber was working on up by St. Mary's when the Hazazita fire came through. And the lack of tonnage of vegetation in that area caused the fire, among other factors, to slow to a crawl and enabled fire personnel to get on it. So it does have an impact on the way fires burn, and we've seen it firsthand.
And I have a couple of follow-up questions on that. The first being, are we also coordinating with nearby jurisdictions on priority lists? And or at the very least, are we aware of their priority lists?
100%. Yes, we're absolutely in close coordination with not just County Fire as a whole, but Mission Canyon, as you know, dives right down into two sides of the city. So we're in close coordination with them, as well as Montecito, and we're all vying for different grant funding and have different priorities, but we do meet up and we look at the work that those other jurisdictions are doing to see, okay, where are we in the priority list? What is most effective? Or as an example, for the last year, we had used goats and herbivory very infrequent in the city, and Montecito had done a couple of trial projects over this last year that were quite effective. And it was really great, that coordination and communication between those jurisdictions, because of all of our fuel types are generally the same, to say, hey, what worked for you, what worked for us, and let's work together on these project areas, because not only is it a greater benefit, but it's also more financially feasible if we can work together.
That's great to hear. And this is pretty much my last question, but I think it's an important one, is after a fire, are we going back and evaluating the success of some of our mitigation measures? So Fire Marshal Poirier, you talked about how the vegetation management was quite effective in that case. Are we documenting that?
Amber has photos, as a matter of fact, and I think we've spoken about it before. That's true, right? You still have those photos, Amber?
Yes, yeah, actually, we love to tout our successes, and being in fire prevention, it's very hard. Oftentimes we hear it said that it's very hard to justify fire prevention. It's hard to quantify the numbers of fires that we prevent. It was great at the beginning of the assessment district with the work that we did up at St. Mary's and Schofield Park on Las Canoas Road to have not just one fire, but two fires come directly into that project work that we had just finished. And we were 100% absolutely able to see the effect of that project work and the reduction in the fuel load to help slow down and stop the spread of that fire and make it safe for firefighters to be up there at St. Mary's and the surrounding homes to defend those structures in both of those fires. So huge success story. On the flip side, one of the interesting things is there is, over the last 10 years, a larger effort from CAL FIRE and surrounding jurisdictions to go into these areas that have been hit by a wildfire and not just look at vegetation, but look at home hardening. It's getting to be a very big aspect when we're looking at the survivability of structures when these wildfires come in. So they're establishing teams that come in right after the fire goes through and look at those home hardening. In fact, I was up on the glass fire in October. It's all kind of blending together. In October up in Sonoma and Napa, as part of that damage inspection team. And what we're doing is going into these cities and jurisdictions and going, okay, what was the siding like? What did the windows look like? What did the vents look like? What did the roof look like? And all of these home hardening factors that played an effect on either the home surviving or the home being destroyed. And it will be really great with the CWPP to encompass that sort of research to dive farther down that path, in addition to the great vegetation management work we've done already to help our city as a whole survive the next wildfire.
And do we have plans on sharing that, those successes and the differences between those that maybe hardened their homes and those that didn't, with homeowners to maybe incentivize some of that proactive action?
Yeah, that's actually in the works right now. And as part of a couple different, I believe, assembly bills or bills that are coming through the works to offer incentives to homeowners, not with just with regards to helping their homes survive a wildfire, but even potential insurance benefits for them to put in home hardening features around their structures. So that's all coming in. It's relatively new when you look at the term of research being over the last 5 years. It's a very small window. So it's all being put into place, but it's kind of the direction of fire mitigation and fire strategy to help home survivability moving forward. And we're going to use the CWPP. In fact, it was one of the aspects of our CWPP that we wanted to change that wasn't addressed in our initial 2004 Wildland Fire Plan or CWPP as we move forward.
Thank you so much for the in-depth answers and very thoughtful answers. I really appreciate it. Those are all the questions that I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Escobedo. Commissioner Bonderson, did you have questions for any of any our resource representatives here with us today?
I do, but may I just see if Commissioner Lodge wants to squeeze in right there? Did you want to go ahead? It's okay.
You're next.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. I actually, it's always a luxury being further down the row because so many commissioners before us ask all the questions I have on my list, and then they go into even more depth. So one after another, I have very few things left. I did want to build on one question in particular that Commissioner Escobedo just left off with. It was with regard to personal property and the way that people who own their own property may choose to landscape their properties at any point in their life and their while they're living in their home. We know that when homes are being reviewed by different boards, landscape is a very, very important feature. We're always giving recommendations on vegetation that is native or can withstand fire. But what about when a family is there for decades or a new buyer buys the house and they may not be aware of a lot of these recommendations, which are very valuable to them? How do we uphold some of those requirements? Is that a clear question? Do you know what I'm going?
Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Bonderson, it reminds me of a story that's not so funny, but it was we actually go in and create enforcement cases. And in one case I can think of, a city official had planted a long row of juniper trees, and it's not just a recommendation, but they're simply not allowed. You can't plant juniper trees in a high fire hazard. I hope you haven't planted any, but you can't do it. And this was a long row, and we had no choice. We had to abate them, and had to have this particular individual, as we do with other people. We go in and we try to educate and we try to explain, but in the end they have to come out, and because they shouldn't have gone in the first place. So it's pretty easy to look up. Amber's always available. There is a list of high fire resistant plants. There's also a list of no-go plants that are available to people on our website, and Amber's always willing to help out personally. Usually we catch this in new construction, because in new construction, you have to have that plan, and you have a landscape plan. And if there are forbidden plants on there, we let them know in plan review when it's less expensive. But you're right, there are homeowners, I've lived in their home for 30 years or something, and they'll plant something close to their house that's completely inappropriate, and typically that becomes an enforcement case. And very often it's because a neighbor calls us.
That's actually very precisely where my knowledge comes from. I grew up in a home that was in a neighborhood that was burnt down by the Painted Cave fires, and our home was fairly new and it had all of the correct landscaping, and it survived, one of the few that survived. So I've always been very sensitive to that and interested in understanding how we prevent that, with homes that are no longer new and homeowners that may not be aware. And is that part of the process of simply maintaining contact with the community and awareness programs and so on that you are including in all of this, these updates? I mean, I don't think it's a new thing, but it continues to be maintained. Is that correct?
That's correct. Our outreach is ongoing and constant. And from a boots on the ground perspective, it's a beat thing to Amber. And, you know, that's her beat, and she's driving it all the time, and making contact with homeowners associations and so forth. So between her and Chris Braden, our wildland assessment specialist, they see things all the time. They know pretty much everybody in the district, and get out and engage people and talk to people. So it's an ongoing effort.
Thank you so much for following through with that information. It was very interesting to me that Commissioner Escobedo brought it up. I also wanted to touch on the topic that Commissioner Wiscombe just happened to bring up as well. I think that she probably completed it, but I wanted to ask a particular question about the ADU and the limitations that we have chosen as a community to add to really make sure that we don't have more risk in those high fire areas. I wanted to particularly ask you, are there any exceptions to any of those developments or any type of development that you see that come across your desk at any point?
If you could elaborate on what do you mean by exception?
So my understanding is that ADUs are absolutely off the table. Is that correct?
The way it stands now, and I see Rosie just checked back in, I'm going to let her handle this. But let me correct something that I misspoke a little bit about earlier, and that's that ADUs are allowed in all the high fire hazard areas. You can have them. I mean, but there is an exception in the very high fire severity zones, and that is that you can only, if you have a freestanding ADU, it can only be the 800 square foot variety. And I'll let Rosie take it from there.
Thank you so much. Hello, Ms. Dicey.
Hello, Commissioner Bonderson. Yeah, so just for the record, so everyone hears it at the same time. So the proposed ordinance going to City Council for adoption allows what we are calling special ADUs in any, everywhere in the city, including any of the high fire hazard zones. And so what that allows is a conversion ADU. So any kind of existing accessory structure can be converted. It allows junior accessory dwelling units within the primary home. And it also allows detached ADUs up to 800 square feet in size. So what's being proposed to be prohibited in the very high fire hazard severity zone would be the larger detached ADUs. We call those standard ADUs, and also attached standard ADUs that would be attached to the primary unit.
That was probably the absolute best explanation I've heard to date. Thank you. And if you don't mind, I'm going to ask you one more thing that would just complete the explanation for anyone who may be listening. I know many people are particularly interested in this topic in our high fire areas. Why? What is the reason that the two that you listed last that are not being allowed? What is the why behind that, so we can all hear it?
Okay, Commissioner Bonderson. So it's a little bit complicated, but I'll go back to the special ADUs. That's a statewide exemption ADU, and we really had no choice. Going back to our sort of general plan policy, it actually originally directed the city to prohibit secondary units in any high fire hazard area. So special ADUs are allowed everywhere. And then we felt like to strike a balance where we allow special ADUs, but we have some control over standard ADUs. Those would be prohibited in the very high fire hazard severity zone. The thought behind them is they're larger units. So potentially there's more bedrooms, more people, and more cars in areas that are challenging to evacuate. So it's where we were still allowed some control as a jurisdiction. And so far, City Council agreed with that direction.
I cannot thank you enough. I feel like we need to get the transcript of what you just explained and just share it and continue sharing it. I'm sure it's a question that comes up often and will continue to come up. So thank you sincerely for that explanation. And that wraps up my questions. I think everyone else has covered most of my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonderson. Commissioner Lodge, questions?
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Lodge, you're still muted.
Thank you. This also comes from the Audubon letter, but I also wondered why. And what the letter says is, although the Audubon Society appreciates the detailed analysis of impacts on creeks, riparian zones, and riparian buffers, it's not clear why the PEIR chose a 25-foot setback from stream banks for analysis when the Santa Barbara Flood Control District uses 50-foot setbacks for natural banks from natural banks, and a California Department of Fish and Wildlife permit is triggered for activities within 50 feet of stream banks. So why was that choice made?
You know, we discussed that the other day, but I think I'm going to let Jessica handle that because I'll handle it incompetently if I do.
So Commissioners and Commissioner Lodge specifically. So I think this is one of the topics that we'll have to go back and revisit as part of our final EIR to see how the application of the buffer zones apply in certain areas. I'm looking at the project description in front of me right now. So partly it's the assessment of or what measures need to be taken by the fire department and others proactively in certain areas within a creek channel. But to Audubon's point, that if you are within 50 feet of the top of the bank of a creek and you're doing vegetation maintenance, you may need a stream bed alteration agreement, for example. And actually the city has in place and has had in place for many years a stream bed alteration agreement at a programmatic level through the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. So again, I think that in processing your comment and looking at their letter, we will go back and do a more careful analysis of those particular points and address it as needed in the final EIR.
Okay, thank you. That was my only question, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Lodge. Could all of the commissioners get their questions answered? I know I said that we would allow for follow-on questions. Commissioner Wiscombe, follow-on questions, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had one follow-on question. There's MM-BIO-3. It talks about production of a manual for property owners that advises of regulatory requirements for defensible space. And I'm just wondering, does it also include methodologies for developing the defensible space? Oh, it does. Okay, specifying measures owners can take. Okay, so it's a more detailed it's an educational process for homeowners also in addition to the regulatory requirements. Is that correct?
Exactly, you have that right.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other follow-on questions from commissioners before I go to my questions? Okay. Let's see, if I could ask Mr. Bolton to please put up, I have ready Exhibit E and Exhibit F in our packet. Let's see, Exhibit E, let me start with that. This is the map of existing high fire hazard areas. And maybe while he's accessing that, I can begin to ask you, Mr. Poirier. There's a very small section from what I can tell in Exhibit E. I apologize if you hear a dog barking in the background. It's a neighbor's dog. I can't do anything about that. In Exhibit E, so we have CAL FIRE, a 2007 adopted very high fire hazard severity zone area. This is a hashed, I think it's hashed purple area. I don't know if everybody can see it. It's a little difficult. I don't know if somebody has a cursor or a mouse that they can use to shade the area that I'm referring to, because it's difficult to see. It's a very faint purple in between the mustard colored areas. So my question to you is, So in this map, the existing map, we have this 2007 CAL FIRE area extreme. Then we go to Exhibit F. By contrast, Mr. Poirier, which is a proposed high fire hazard and very high fire hazard area. I still see the 2007 CAL FIRE reference, however, that the hashed area seems much larger. Am I not? Are there two different purple hashed areas here that you could clarify for me or differentiate?
Chair Schwartz, you have that accurate, except that the first slide basically is the CAL FIRE very high fire severity zones matches our foothill and extreme foothill zones combined. So they are kind of one and the same when you look at it on that map. When you look at the second map, what you're seeing is the proposed under the CWPP expansion of that zone. Now, just as a caveat here, CAL FIRE will come around again within the next couple of years, and they will reevaluate their own zones, very high fire severity zones. Now they do that in coordination with us, and you know when they come to town to do it, that you know we'll walk the streets in question with them. But generally, they do their own modeling. But they do modeling in a system that is consistent with the one we used. And maybe if I could have Scott jump back in here for a second, because I'm not a fire modeling expert. But that's generally how we both arrive at how to define these zones. Do I have that right, Scott?
That's correct, Chair Schwartz and Joe, thank you. That is correct. And back to your question, Chair Schwartz's question regarding the map, I wondered too if we're looking at some differences between CAL FIRE's delineation of their very high fire hazard severity zone along the northern portion of the city, and then Santa Barbara County's designation there to the west of the coastal and coastal interior areas. I believe they're both hatched in purple, and maybe it's not distinguishable. If I'm not sure if that
no,
was.
I was thinking if we could go back up. No, not just the light purple without the hatch, it's the hatched areas. Okay, that's sufficient for now. I don't want to pursue that too much more. Let's stay with Exhibit F if we could. I wanted to ask you about the hashed light green area. I think it's entitled Proposed Additional in the Coastal. Could we expand that, Mr. Bolton, please, so I could ask our representatives about that? Could you please tell me more about this, this mapping, a proposed additional?
Right, Scott, I'll let you jump in just a second. This is the expansion of the zones that we were talking about earlier. The coastal interior and the coastal zones are both defined by the purple, and the green areas are what we propose to add to that, so that if the PAR and the CWPP go through as we wrote them, all of this would be purple, all of the green would be purple. That would be our new. And we wouldn't call it the coastal or coastal interior anymore. We would call it fire hazard severity zone, consistent with
okay, thank you for that, Mr. Poirier and Mr. Eckhart also. I don't know how to really pursue my related additional line of questioning here, and that's to further my expressed concern, which I discussed with you in July. And that is what I perceive to be, or it seems to be, a less than strategic or less than surgical approach, less than nuanced approach, from what I can tell, in expanding our high fire hazard mapping to the coastal zone and neighborhoods and even micro neighborhoods where I don't see, nor have I been told by residents, by property owners, that there have ever been fire hazards, fires, escape route constraints from natural emergencies, You heard a member of the public call in and talk to us. This is his second time calling in to do that. And we heard a number of speakers today. I thought that between July and today, there perhaps would be more refined information or perhaps more expanded information that you would have for us, Mr. Poirier, in doing more of a surgical analysis regarding mapping. Could you comment on that, please?
Chair Schwartz, before I answer that, if I could refer again to Scott, because again, I'm not a fire modeling or mapping expert, but a great deal of quantitative and qualitative analysis goes into it. Scott, if you could just distill that a little bit for us.
Sure.
And as you do that, Mr. Eckhart, if
Yes.
I could ask Mr. Bolton to once again, please expand this page to show that coastal area mapping that now is proposed high fire in our coastal zone. Yeah, and just pull that down a bit, Mr. Bolton, so that we can see that entire area that's now being proposed as high fire. Maybe just drag that down a bit to expand it so it shows entire area. All those colors that are in Exhibit F that are under proposed. Thank you. Okay, back to you, Mr. Eckhart.
Sure, thank you. So, you know, when we conducted the modeling in support of the CWPP development, you know, we looked at potential fire behavior throughout the city. We looked at where, if there were areas that exhibited the potential for more extreme fire behavior in areas that did not exist in existing high fire hazard areas. So what we look at are the physical characteristics of the landscape that would contribute to fire hazard. Fire behavior modeling takes these into account. Specifically, we're looking at topography, everything from elevation to slope angle and slope measurement, as well as the aspect, the direction the slope faces. The effect there is some slopes are drier and some slopes are not as exposed to solar exposure. So we also look at vegetation as fuel. And so these areas we looked at exhibited the characteristics that would support a wildfire. This area in particular was one that is an extension of kind of the existing high fire hazard area to the north. There's homes in that area that with native and non-native vegetation interspersed between the homes, which was supporting that modeling result and the decision to include that area in the proposed high fire hazard area.
And Chair Schwartz, if I could add to that, you know, and a lot of the fires that we've seen in the past several years included a lot of neighborhoods where people actually were not in a high fire hazard area, didn't think that they had an exposure to high fire hazard area. A good example is the neighborhood up by the Big Round Barn in Santa Rosa, which 2 years ago was destroyed. It was not considered, and the residents didn't consider themselves in a high fire hazard area. And yet we're finding that the types of fires we're getting these days, the wind-driven events that are happening, you know, we're just learning more about how these fires burn.
Okay. And then on this map, you have a light purple, well, no, it's like a medium colored purple section entitled or referenced as proposed removals. This, I guess it's letter S here. Can you just talk to me about that in that same area of the coastal zone?
So I can answer that hopefully pretty quickly here. That was an area of that was designated in the 2004 Wildland Fire Plan, or CWPP, as a part of the coastal high fire hazard area. During our updates, that portion of the city is now part of the county. So it's not within the jurisdiction of the city. It was therefore removed from the proposed high fire hazard area adjustment.
Okay, so that boundaried area labeled as S, letter S, all of that is county, Mr. Eckhart, that's what you're saying?
That's correct.
That's, oh, interesting, okay. And then let me come back, Mr. Poiré, to ask you as a follow-on to comments that I made back in July, and a number of commissioners wanted to see studies or potential impacts done regarding housing population and economic impacts. I'm still not clear about what our responsibilities are, not just under a standard programmatic EIR, but really as a city to its citizenry in considering the property-related, the economic property-related impacts on changing the mapping. Not only did we hear today, I think it was, I noted Mr. Powell mentioned the insurance policy non-renewal epidemic. That's how he referred to it. I'm very familiar with what's happened in Montecito to many property owners. And so is there anything you can tell me to somehow buffer my growing concern that insurance rates, non-renewal of policies, anything else like that is going to disproportionately impact both moderate and middle class homeowners? You know, the wealthy, let's just face it, the wealthy can always afford to pay. Whatever costs we're talking about, they can pay. It's everybody below that in our community that will be driven out of the community or will be forced to not have policies, God forbid. So Mr. Henschke's come online. Hello, Mr. Henschke. Thank you. Could you comment for me, please?
Yeah, Honorable Chair and members of the commission, certainly I can comment on that. I think we need to separate what is before you today with what might be before you in the future. Certainly, some of the considerations that you're asking about will weigh into a decision to ultimately take an action based upon a presented plan. What's before you today is the environmental impact report and the question of whether the environmental impact report adequately addresses the CEQA concerns. As the environmental experts at this meeting have previously said, the CEQA does not contemplate the kind of economic information that you're asking about as creating an environmental impact. And so I've looked at the EIR. I believe that the discussion in the EIR of the economic and social issues, some of which you're talking about, are adequately addressed for the purposes of CEQA. So what I would suggest is the questions that you have are good questions. It just, they're not this is not the right time to pose them because we're talking about the EIR. You may want to revisit those when you have a particular decision later on for action on the plan itself. But it's just, it's under CEQA, it's just not part of the analysis.
I had a feeling you were going to say that to me, Mr. Henschke, but I decided that I needed to raise this because this has really been gnawing away at me for some time. And if I could just add, Mr. Henschke, and perhaps you and others in the city attorney's office know this is being taken up by the governor and the legislature, what's missing from CEQA. So I guess we'll see where that goes legislatively. So I think those are my questions. My colleagues did such a thorough, far-ranging job with theirs that it addressed some of mine that I already had on my list. And Ms. DeBusk, you're come online. Is there something you would like to help us with in terms of process?
Yes, thank you, Chair Schwartz. I just wanted to follow up on what Mr. Henschke mentioned, and just to be clear that the Planning Commission will not be reviewing the CWPP document itself. That will be the City Council.
Thank you, Ms. DeBusk. So with that, I don't see any other webcams on for questions. Let's go right ahead into comments. And again, in 1 hour, I'm going to have to excuse myself And I'm just going to, depending upon if we've concluded by then, just defer to my colleagues in terms of comments. Let's go to how this item has been structured for us today. And I don't know if Ms. DeBusk, you wanted, or I guess it's Ms. Kennedy, if you wanted to comment on what you're looking for from the Planning Commission, specifically as an environmental hearing. Again, just in case I need to hand this off to Vice Chair Wiscombe. Ms. DeBusk, did you want to frame our deliberations toward a conclusion today?
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. I will just note that the purpose of the hearing, now that we've heard from the public, is to see if the Planning Commission had any additional comments, items of clarification, or just comments in general on the analysis in the draft PEIR.
Okay, and then the individual commissioner comments that are going to be forthcoming in a moment, those will be documented, Ms. DeBusk, for and summarized in terms of our consideration.
Yes, Chair Schwartz, they will be documented in the minutes, and those will be provided to the consultant for responses in the final version of the EIR.
Okay, very good, thank you. Okay, back to the commission for comments, deliberations. Would anyone like to start off? Commissioner Wiscombe, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be very brief. I think that the document with the added comments from our commissioners is very well put together. I appreciate the efforts of everybody, all staff and DUDEC, to develop the document. This is the guiding document with environmental protections, and I think that's important. And I appreciate the fire department's multi-jurisdictional approach. I think that's really important when we're dealing with fire management. I appreciate the production of the manual for property owners. I think the continued education of our property owners on defensible space and hardening structures is very important. And as Commissioner Bonderson said, that saved their home. So I think that's great. So education, education, education. And making educated assumptions through modeling is very important to note. These are assumptions that the fire department is making in preparation for the PEIR. There's no cut and dry formula, but I think that the assumptions they're making have been well documented and well presented here today. And the PEIR provides a program for specific action plans for VMUs, and it protects the environment to the greatest extent possible, mitigates for impacts, and considers the health, safety, and welfare of our community first and foremost. So I really appreciate the efforts of this, and I'm looking forward to seeing the final document. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And could all commissioners please turn on your webcams now, since we're going to be making comments or deliberations, please. Commissioner Lodge, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really don't have anything to add to Commissioner Wiscombe's comments. I think this is quite ready to go on and be completed, and I too look forward to the results. Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to go next? Anyone in particular? Commissioner Escobedo, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I won't add too much. I think Vice Chair Wiscombe put it very nicely, and I'd just like to put a finer point on the education piece. I think sharing some of those successes and just the impact that they have with homeowners, I think will go a long way in pushing our community to harden our homes as much as possible. Going through not only the EIR, but the wildfire protection plan, I think this is a substantive document. I've enjoyed hearing about the collaborations that we've done regionally with the state, with the federal government. I think we could use a lot more collaboration in other areas of the city, and it's so nice to see it here. So I think this is ready to go. I look forward to seeing the final draft. And I'm also pleased to hear that anybody who raises a concern or submits a comment will get a reply. That's pretty big. So thank you so much to staff for all of your hard work. I look forward to seeing the final document.
Thank you. Anyone else in particular want to go next? If not, I'll just go down the line. Commissioner Higgins, please.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and the staff did a great job. And not to pile on more work for you, but I hope somebody takes this forward to the American Planning Association for consideration of a planning award that happens annually within the local area. And then, you know, good planning documents get moved up the chain for potential national awards. So I just think it's a great read, and it's an easy read, although long and technical, but that's the magic. It's an easy read because it's so well written. So congratulations. And I think it does a job per our purview today for all the disclosures, and I'm ready to see it moved on.
Thank you. Commissioner Bonderson?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I will echo everyone's sentiment here. This is outstanding work. It's years and years of accumulation of knowledge and experience and data, and we're not living in a place that data is really going to stop, but it's wonderful to know that we can do our own efforts to prevent it and to make these experiences hopefully less devastating to everyone in the future. As someone who's been evacuated a number of times and lost my entire neighborhood, I've lived through it. I don't will it on anyone. And so you absolutely have my respect for all the hard work that you all do, both in the office and in the field. I really, really sincerely love what Commissioner Higgins just said. And as a part of that, the APA as well, I look at these documents and he was right. This is an easy one to work through, even though it's very complex information. And I like his suggestion. Please put it forward. Let's see where it goes. Everyone should learn from it. So please keep up the great work and keep educating all of us. Our entire community depends on you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Commissioner Reed?
Yes, Chair Schwartz, thank you. Wonderful work effort. I think we can all be very, very proud of Santa Barbara Fire Department and all the staff and consultants who have put a lot of time and effort into this. I definitely endorse the program EIR. I think it's ready to move forward. I had some clarifying questions. I was a little confused in a few places. Your answers cleared that up. You know, a small point on the VMU alternative. I might suggest just making clear the significance between meeting the objectives with the plan versus significantly not meeting those objectives with this alternative. There was some inconsistency with the language, and I know that's hard to quantify, but to the best you can, I think that'd be helpful. Otherwise, great job, great document. Thank you.
Thank you. And my thoughts are reflected in most of my colleagues' comments. I do think that the draft programmatic EIR is adequate and complete at this stage and is ready to move forward. I want to touch on this subject of education, community education that Commissioner Escobedo initiated. And I was thinking back to the profound community education, engagement, and responsiveness during our 7-year drought pertaining to water use and water conservation. And I think that same kind of very robust outreach that I'm not sure we've really undertaken in terms of fire safety, fire protection, and so forth has occurred. But certainly in these recent years with these historic, unending, it seems, fires, I think now's the time to embolden and support our staff in doing that same kind of very robust outreach, because to the extent that individual tenants and property owners can embrace and invest in and be a part of our community advancement in this regard, because I do think it's going to take our whole community, just like it did on water use and water conservation. That's going to be important. I think that long overdue, we're at a really good point to work more regionally, as also was mentioned. Best practices, regional cooperation and coordination. And it sounds like our wonderful fire department personnel, employees are ready and already engaged in that. And I also appreciate the consultants' work in conjunction with our fire department employees. So with that, I'm also happy to say this is ready to move forward. And let me go to staff. Do you need anything formal from us other than what you've heard, either to our planning staff and or Mr. Poiré?
I don't think we do at this point. We will be asking the Planning Commission later on for certification and move it on to City Council from the EIR perspective. I would like to thank all of you for your diligent attention to this long document and intelligent and comprehensive questions. We really appreciate it. We also appreciate all of the people who have responded to us in writing so far and today in the meeting. So yeah, we will respond to all those comments in writing later on. But just I'd like to take a moment to thank the entire team. And the team that I brought with me today is the tip of the iceberg. In any kind of a document like this, it takes a lot of people and a lot of experts, from air quality to you name it. So we appreciate the staff at DUDEC and everybody in the fire department who's helped us out with this, and all of the neighbors and all of the stakeholders that we've had to contact. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Poiré. And I want to underscore something I've heard from my colleagues. A document of this depth and breadth and technical nature is very difficult to compose in a reader-friendly, user-friendly manner. I mean, we undertake this often, as you know. But I think this is really, as Commissioner Higgins mentioned, this is a standout in that category. And so if there is an opportunity for you to toot your horn a little bit, and perhaps Commissioner Higgins could help with that, like to see this be recognized in a more formal environment, regionally, statewide. I think it's just been terrific. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, since we don't need to take any formal action on this, we're going to close this item and go to our last item of the day, which is our administrative agenda. So if everyone would please keep their webcams on, and it's committee and liaison report time. Anything on the staff hearing officer side, Commissioner Higgins?
Nope, another cancellation.
Interesting. Okay, very good. So let's go to other committee and liaison reports. I'll just go down the line. Commissioner Lodge, anything from your end?
Yes, just a moment here. I'm getting up the agenda for the Sustainability Committee, which met on October 19th. It's composed of Mayor Murillo, council members Friedman and Sneddon. And they had an introduction of the new Sustainability and Resilience Department website. and an update on the Santa Barbara County Resource Center, which is the Tejiwas facility. And I took a look at that and all the recycling efforts that go on. And I found, which was of interest to me, that Santa Barbara City and Goleta Water District customers can get 2 7 to 8 cubic yards per year of mulch available from the green waste handling process. That's where all the contents of those green cans go, and they get turned into mulch, which you can then get back. But thank you.
Good to know. Thank you. Other committee and liaison reports. Anybody else like to go next, please? Commissioner Wiscombe?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We had Chair Schwartz and I attended yesterday, the sea level rise adaptation subcommittee meeting, and we are on to comments. The staff has consolidated comments from the public and consolidated comments from the boards and commissions that had presentations on the sea level rise adaptation plan. And we're in the process right now of refining the draft document to address those comments. We, at this meeting, refined the guiding principles, and we added a category for high priority projects. And we're going to go into ongoing evaluation, monitoring timelines, et cetera, at our next meeting. I anticipate Chair Schwartz might want to chime in here, but we have at least probably 3 meetings coming up as we near the end of the process to finalize the draft. And that's all I have, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, we have another meeting this month, November 18th. So we're accelerating our meeting schedule in order to move this forward a little more expeditiously. Yeah, good. Other reports? Anything else? Yes, Commissioner Bonderson, please.
Sorry about that. Can you hear me? Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. I seem to have some issue with my internet, but if you guys can hear me, I'll continue. I just want to give you a quick update on ABR, and there are a couple interesting projects that I would like to bring to your attention. The first was from a few weeks back, October 19th. The project that came to us at Planning Commission at 2814 Serena Road has been in front of ABR for project design approval and final approval. And they were provided with some comments and asked to return. So we expect to see them one more time. I believe it's next week that we expect to see them again. And we have a project at 601 Alameda Padre Serra, which is a proposal. Oh, excuse me, that's not the one I was going to tell you about. It was the one at Mission Street, excuse me. 16 West Mission Street is the one I want to share with you. It's a proposal for a conversion of an existing commercial complex into a residential complex using the AUD program and the state bonus density. It entails, let's see, I wanted to share with you that it entails 9 studio, 11 one-bedrooms, and 3 two-bedroom units ranging in sizes, anywhere from about 330 square feet to 895. And
Commissioner Bonderson, does that parcel trigger Planning Commission review? I don't know what the size of that parcel is.
That
16 West Mission.
Yeah,
Chair Schwartz, it will not.
It will not.
It will not. Okay.
I appreciate you.
Mr. Busk is always ready to help us out. Okay, thank you.
Well, I appreciate that so much because I had some notes down and I can't find my notes. So she saved the day. I do want to share with you though that it is proposing 35 dwelling units per acre on this lot. And it allows for up to 11 more units above base density. So I thought that was interesting. I thought you all should be aware of that. And I believe that wraps it up. Let me just double check. As I said, I misplaced my notes. There's one more. The last one I wanted to bring to your attention just happened to be in front of us this Monday. And so this was located at 1717 Thomas Avenue. And it's a proposal for 2 new residential units using the AUD program. It consists of maintaining 2 existing residences, and the unit mix will include 1 2-bedroom units and 3 1-bedroom units. Last but not least, the proposed density is 27 dwellings per unit on this lot. So a couple exciting things coming around, and that's the end of my report for today.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonderson. Commissioner Higgins?
Madam Chair, I know you have to run, so I'll make this quick. I just wanted to break protocol for a minute. We don't have lunch meetings anymore, but I needed to address Commissioner Escobedo's disguise. And, you know, that was not on the agenda, that we would be dressing up for Halloween, and we're in November now. So in the future, you know, you're new, but wait for the agenda to come out before you come in disguise. I'd appreciate it. Otherwise, I'll just call you Uncle Escobedo.
Madam Chair, may I respond?
I would hope you would.
Thank you, Commissioner Higgins, for noticing I came dressed up as Tom Selleck. For the rest of my fellow commissioners, I am a little disappointed.
Okay, I don't know that I want to comment further on all of that, but
Please don't. Please
yeah,
don't.
okay. Otherwise, it's going to deteriorate quickly. Okay, so thank you.
I think he
Commissioner
looks like
Bonderson.
James Bond.
See what you started, Commissioner Higgins? Okay.
I'll take it.
Okay, there we go. Any other reports? I have just a quick one on my end. I'm the primary with Commissioner Higgins as an alternate to the Highway 101 High Occupancy Vehicle Mainline Project. And after a number of years of not having it come back around to our subcommittee, it has been reinitiated. So Megan Arciniega from the planning staff is coordinating a meeting that we will attend soon in that phase 4, which is from Carpinteria through the city of Santa Barbara, is now commencing the design for that. So Commissioner Higgins and I will be starting up those meetings, and stay tuned for details on that. Yes, Commissioner Wiscombe.
I would just like to collectively wish Chair Schwartz a happy birthday on Saturday.
Thank you. Truth be told, that is why I'm leaving a few minutes early this evening to go to a birthday dinner, but thank you very much.
I don't know that we should sing, but I'm tempted.
Oh, there's no need
we
to sing.
could. Come on,
There's
we
no
could. Happy birthday.
There's really no need. I appreciate the well wishes. Thank you all. Thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe, for mentioning that. And so I don't think we have any other business. So with that, good to see everybody. Everyone's in good health. That's wonderful. And take good care, and we will see you all very soon. I'm going to adjourn the meeting now. Thank you.